What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, September 12th, 2025, and the Buck is back. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Adrian Broadus from ESPN El Paso will join us at 8 o'clock to talk Texas and UTEP. We've got plenty of sound from Steve Sarkisian previewing tomorrow's game at DKR. Some things we want to see, some things we need to see from the Longhorns in Game 3 of the 2025 season. Plus, it was a huge Thursday night football game last night. We've got a huge weekend on tap in the SEC. We'll talk Cowboys, Giants. We've got a couple of funny videos for the people to wrap up our broadcast week here on TSU. Happy Friday to everyone tuned in. We appreciate y'all starting your Friday with us. Good morning, my man. It's good to see you again.
Well, it's good to be back, man. It's good to be back. I had my deal yesterday and came out of it. I don't know what the results are yet, but I know this. I got a hell of a backache. Unbelievable. This has been 24 hours of some real live pain. I haven't had this kind of pain in my back in a long, long time. And thank goodness I'm in this chair, or I don't know what I'd do. And I've got a long couple days here. So just the way it goes. When you haven't had a bad back for over 25 years, it's just a way of life. Every day is pain. It's just the degree of pain. And after being an MRI and having an MRI, this thing was building up before I even got into that machine. But 40 minutes of silence and stillness on the slab. Oh, this is. I haven't been in this way, BK, in a long time. Like I said, I can do some things during the course of the day and then survive. I don't know what today is going to bring. So I'm going to be very, very careful, but I got to continue on. So it just goes on. I know one thing. You know what enema is short for?
No.
Ass tsunami.
What?
Ass tsunami.
Ass tsunami.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I had to do that thing on my own yesterday as I was laying on the bathroom floor sideways, shoving that enema bottle up my own rectal area.
You had to shove. I've never done this before. I don't know how this process works. You had to shove a bottle of something up your rear end?
Yeah, it's a saline solution kind of with a little long tube to a little skinny tube, and you put that in, and then you squeeze the bottle into your bowels. And then in about 2 minutes, it takes about 2 minutes, and it takes stuff that was hard, and it makes it almost like water. And like I said, it was like a tsunami. That's what I think now. I think it's just, it's come. You can't go anywhere. You can't do that and then say, okay, I'm going to go outside and work. And when the feeling hits you, then you come back in. No, when the feeling hits you, it's already past time. It's like, wow.
So it's like taking a laxative.
Oh, yeah. I took those 14 hours before that.
Wow. So you had the extra strength stuff.
Oh, I had the extra strength. The laxative was just, I didn't have a big meal the day before because I knew what was about to happen. So the laxative just kind of didn't do very much. I made it through the night. But the finishing touches was an hour before I had to go and do that. And no, my wife, who's not my mother, said there's not a chance. And I was laying on the bathroom floor on a towel sideways doing it myself.
I feel like we should have given a warning before we started diving into this topic, but the warning is we're Texas Sports Unfiltered, so here's the unfiltered part.
It's just a part of the deal. You have to go into that machine.
Is this it's not like a bidet where it's like just outside and you spray it in. You have to actually insert this thing into your spectrum internet.
Left side into the hole number one, and then squeeze.
Hole number one.
Yeah. That was the only one I had to do.
The hole in front?
No, and just
that's your number one hole right there. If this was going in your number one hole,
it went in number two, hole number two.
Okay, all right.
And it's kind of a long, rubbery kind of tube. It's got a little deal, that little rubber thing you put over the top of it, but then you just squeeze that bad boy in there. And man, oh man, It took probably 2 minutes before the solution started working. I got up and started walking around a little bit, and I said, "You know what? I don't think I better go upstairs."
So, well, it sounds like you did it right.
I did. Yeah, it was everything was cleared.
I know you were worried about that, doing it by yourself, right? Because you can't really see, and that's a weird angle. So, good
Oh,
job
yeah.
by you. You got it done.
Oh, dude, my problem was I was thinking, "Hey, I'm on the floor on a towel. What if I can't get up? What if I'm, because my back was hurting still. I'm like, what if I can't get up, dude?
Help, I've fallen and I can't get up.
And I've got a shard."
And you've got a shard. Yeah, that's a tough way to go. You're stuck on the ground, you can't get up, and you're shitting
No,
yourself.
I was going to crawl. I turned the shower on. I said, if I have to crawl over there and just be in the shower like that, I will, because it's just water coming out. I mean, but I made it. Everything was good.
Hmm.
So I didn't get the results yet. All I know is I got a miserable back. I got to get this checked out. This is one of those, this isn't like going away unless I get something done. So, the first thing you always want to do is it probably needs to have a bunch of ice on it. I probably need to go into a cryo machine, but I hate those. But maybe just get some ice on my back and then get some, I'm going to go over and get a uh, infrared treatment today and see if that loosens it up a little bit.
How about our man Magic Man, ATX, saying smoke some weed. Ricky will hook you up.
Yeah, I don't want to crap myself because I'm all loose. I don't want to be that loose.
Does smoking weed make you crap yourself?
I don't know. I just don't need anything. I need to be aware of everything because every step I take, every move I make, even just turning my head makes my back go crazy. I was going up the steps and my wife's like, "Can I help you?" I wanted to say, "Yeah, I needed the help yesterday."
Oh, man. Sounds
Oh,
like you didn't. You got it done. You were good.
yeah, I did. I did. I
Ah,
went there and it was, ARA where they do diagnostics, where they do all those things. That's the one, and it's over here near, there's a laser tag place off of, Ben White. I'll
yeah.
just say this, it's over in a really weird section because there's a lot of homeless people over there, and it doesn't look like the kind of place you wanna go strolling into, but they do a fantastic job. The people behind the desk, they're really courteous, when you go back there, you gotta put on one of those gowns, one of those hospital gowns that are open in the back and all that stuff, you
Mhm.
know? And I was in the waiting room to go in, and there must have been 6. I was the only dude. I'm the old dude with a bunch of old ladies in there. And do you think it's quiet in there when they are in there before they go in? You think they're not talking about every ailment? I'm like, "Where the hell am I?"
It's never quiet when ladies are around. That's one thing I've learned in this life.
Dude, there was 6 or 7 of them in the room with me, in, like, the room before you go into the machine, and they started talking, and I'm like, "Oh my god." Plus, you get
Uh,
into that you get in there, and they give you, a little headset because that thing is loud. Ba boom, 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 making all that noise, and I fall asleep in those things. I don't care what the noise is. I'm just go in there and listen to the beat and close my eyes and go about my business.
did you at least get a quick game of blazer tag in after your appointment?
No, no, man. I want to get
God,
the hell out of that place.
oh, man, that's a nice reward, like when you're a kid, you go to the doctor's appointment, maybe you get some ice cream or something afterwards. That would have been great, you get
I
an
would have settled
MRI.
for I would have settled for a lollipop and no backache. That would have been just
Yeah.
perfect for me. But life goes on. Hey, you're 70. You're lucky I'm happy to wake up every day. Things are good. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much. We do appreciate what you do. It is appreciated by all. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, no Dr. Jellyfinger yesterday, huh? Just an
No,
MRI?
no, this was the real deal. He said, "This is better." And as I told him, I said, "That's not what I tell people on YouTube." He said, "Yeah, I heard."
People listen, man. People are tuned in every day, and we can't get
They let
away
him
with
know.
much. Yeah. Oh my God.
Like I
Yeah.
said, plus he had surgery that morning. He had emergency surgery, so had to get there early. And I said, "I don't think you want to go dipping in there before your surgery." He goes, "No, this is not the probing I want to do before I go to surgery this morning." I said,
God.
"That's cool. Just get the MRI because that's better." And they had they put that, I forget what they call it, runs through your veins so that you can see what's going on in there. And
Mm.
hopefully I've got some good results coming back.
Amen. Say a prayer for that. Well, good to have you back, my friend. A lot to get into today. We got to get your gold star locks for the upcoming football weekend as well. Plenty of football conversation on a Football Friday edition of Bucky and BK. You want to start with Texas, or do you want to quickly go over the Thursday night football game from last night?
Let's start with Texas. Let's start right off the bat. I want to hear some Sark.
All right, we've got a
I
little
want
bit
to
of
hear. I want to hear
Sark.
the mental. I want to hear about the mental preparation.
Well, we got something on that. Unfortunately, the University of Texas got lazy and they did not post yesterday's press conference on TexasLonghorns.com. That's usually how we get the audio from the Monday, Thursday, and post-game pressers from the head coach. But thankfully, our guy Patrick Davis, he's got a source somewhere who hooked him up with the sound. So
Very
shout out to
nice.
Patrick Davis, one half of Open Gym from 4 to 6 p.m. every afternoon on TSU. I preface this with that because the audio quality isn't as good. So normally we get the University of Texas high quality mics that give us the sound. Today we have somebody's cell phone that recorded the sound and then sent it via email to Patrick, who sent it via email to us. So the quality is not as good. It's audible, otherwise we wouldn't be playing it. But just your fair warning for why it's not going to sound as good. It's not your speaker. It's Texas's fault. We'll blame the school for this one today. So we'll start with this one. This is the opening statement from Steve Sarkisian's Thursday presser 2 days out of UTEP.
Alrighty. I think first and foremost, great opportunity for us. We talked about it on Monday, but to be back at home, playing in front of our crowd, afternoon game, and exciting time. Obviously, with the way our schedule is formatted, we get 3 straight home games, and then we're not home for a while. And this year in particular, we only have 6 home games. And so cherishing these opportunities that we have in DKR, making the most of them from an experience standpoint, but also making the most of them from a team perspective. And how do we make the most of them? That's playing more consistent and clean football than we have through 2 weeks. And it's easy to see from an offensive perspective what that looks like in areas where we need to improve. But I think that's collectively. I think our penalties need to come down. We need to play a cleaner brand of football. With that, I don't want to lose our edge. I don't want to lose our aggressive, our speed, our physicality, because I think that is something that we take a lot of pride in. But we got to play smarter football, and that is something that we're striving for. So should be a great day at DKR. Looking forward to a lot of guys hopefully getting an opportunity to play. We've been pushing more young guys to play. They're getting more reps in practice, and hopefully we can get them in earlier in the ball game this week.
Yeah, that's fine. You won't lose your edge if you quit having those goofy penalties. You'll have plenty of edge. You'll have everything will be on time. Your first and second and third down, everything will be on time. Quit having the penalties. That your edge is the fact that you guys keep jumping around and creating things on your own that nobody else is doing. You're doing it to yourself. So that has to stop. That has to stop this week. It has to stop next week before you get into SEC play, or it's going to cost you a ball game. That the simple things are going to cost you a ball game to a team that you probably should beat in the SEC. So you got to be careful. So yeah, that's got to stop. So it doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter whether you're home or away. That stuff's way too goofy.
Yeah, I don't really know if Texas has played with much of an edge through these first 2 games.
Yeah,
either.
that's what I'm saying. What edge? I didn't understand what offensively you haven't played with an edge yet.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I would like them to play with an edge. That'd be great. And you're right. Defensively, I think we have seen them play with an edge, but offensively, it's just not there yet. But I think your point about the penalties, like there are things that I want to see tomorrow, Buck, and there are things that I need to see tomorrow.
Yes.
So something I want to see Arch Manning throw for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns on like a 90% completion percentage. I want to see Colin Simmons get 3 sacks and Ryan Wingo go for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Sure.
Touchdowns. I guess I'd like to see that too. But there are a few things that I need to see that if I don't see tomorrow, I'm going to start to worry that we're just not going to see them this year. And the first one is penalties. Like it's as simple as that. I mean, tomorrow will be the 3rd game of a 12-game regular season. So we will be 25% of the way through the regular season tomorrow.
Yeah, and this may be the easier of all the teams that you played to start this season out.
It may be. And like, look, I get it. You can get away with a bunch of penalties against teams like San Jose State and UTEP. Like if Texas goes out and commits 12 more penalties tomorrow, they're still going to win the game going away.
Sure.
But if they commit a bunch of penalties tomorrow, that's 3 games in a row where they just look way too sloppy and way too undisciplined. And what do they say, Buck? Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a pattern. We get to 3 times because you lost the pen. You only had 6 against Ohio State, but they were some costly ones, and you had 3 times as many penalties as the Buckeyes did in that game. So you have lost the sloppiness battle in these first 2 games. If you go out there and commit a bunch of penalties again tomorrow, I'm going to be worried that that's going to be a problem for this team all year long.
Yeah, well, I was worried last year. I thought it would ended up being too much of a problem, and it's just too much of the simple things when the head coach talks about edge and everything else. I'm looking for simplicity when it comes to snap counts, hand placement, things like that. I mean, be serious. I mean, they know what a penalty is. They understand. Colin Simmons knows he can't have his hands up in a guy's face. And why is it that way against the San Jose? I mean, why are you doing that against those guys? Come back, play. If your hand is not in the proper place, come back and play the next down. Don't stick it up in a guy's face and have them get a first down. I mean, you can't push a guy in the back on a reverse. These are simple things. Your right tackle can't lead the country in jumps in the first couple games. He's got to chill out. Guy's trying to be a starter.
Right. Yeah. And that's it. I mean, they're a lot of the same players committing these penalties, but it's all sorts of penalties. It's offense, it's defense, and it's special teams. Obviously, the offense is the group that's struggling the most out of the gate.
You talked about it last year. Hell, you had one guy on the special teams that over and over kept pushing a guy in the back. I mean, how do you do that? I mean, how you do it? You find somebody else that won't do it.
Right. Well, that's it. You've got enough talent on this team to where you should be able to find somebody
wants to make a trip. Somebody wants to travel.
Last year, Texas was 99th in the country in penalties per game. It's not very good.
No.
How about these numbers, Buck? If you're wondering how Texas stacks up against the rest of the nation on the penalty front, the Longhorns are 128th out of 136 teams in penalty yards per game.
That's really embarrassing. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing for your team.
Oh, well, there's more. They're tied for 120th in total penalties called against, and they are 123rd in penalties per game. So it's the number of penalties and it's the yardage from the penalties, both of it incredibly bad. You're in the bottom 20 in the country in those stats, and played San Jose State last week.
Yeah, I mean, and the coach tells you, he thinks it's because they're playing with an edge that that they're too edgy right now. They need to calm down. That's one of those ways you make a good excuse. Talking about how we're very aggressive, so things like that happen to us. Well, once again, I was one to say go after a punt. And if you got to, sweep the leg, you got to show. Hey, guess what's going to happen this week? You need to go after it again. Maybe this time don't sweep the leg. How about that?
I was like, are you saying you want more penalties tomorrow or less penalties?
I don't. I think there's got to be a learning curve to some of the guys that are getting too close for comfort. Maybe you've got to, part of that is you got to learn the right angle, the hole works, and you can't take the leg out. That's a part of it. You're not allowed to hit the punter's leg. Last week I said go for it because you got to send a message and make them, you aren't going to lose the game, So that's one of those ones you can take. You can't take any now. Now that you've done it, you got to do it the proper way. It's time to do things. It's time to do things the proper way. How's that?
Well, you're allowed to hit the punter's leg if you hit the ball first.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
So just do that.
It's time to do some of the little things the right way.
Right. That's it. And again, Texas can win this game by 40 tomorrow, even if they commit 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 penalties. But I'm going to start to be worried every time Texas takes the field that a penalty or a couple of penalties are going to be costing them in bigger games. And again, we already saw it. This is not just like a guess. We saw big penalties cost them against Ohio State in week 1. So that's not just a random prediction out of left field there. And if they can't play a clean brand of football at home against a G5 school, then it's, again, 3 games, 25% of the season underway, and you're still talking about penalty problems. That's not good.
This ain't about your edge. This isn't about having an edge to it.
No. Here's another one from Steve Sarkisian here, and then we'll get to some of the other things we need to see from the Longhorns tomorrow afternoon. You asked about intensity. Here's Sark talking about the intensity from his team this week in practice.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I thought the intensity was as high as it's been all season, Tuesday and Wednesday. And I credit that to our scout team players. And you think about a lot of these guys on scout team, they're fighting for playing time. They want to play. And so that's a lot of their opportunity to show us, their ability to play, how to play. And so they raised the level of intensity, and that put a challenge on, the first team offense, the first team defense to perform. And so as that intensity rose, I think you could feel it on both sides of the ball. And we owe a ton to the guys that were working on scout team this week, because I thought they gave an excellent look. It was highly competitive. There's very talented people on both sides of the ball on those two teams. And so it made practice intense. It made it fun. I think the guys appreciated the work that we got definitely on Tuesday and Wednesday this week.
Yeah, he is incredibly good at giving out flowers. He just is wonderful at doing that. And that's good. That's good for your team. That's good for the guys who work hard, that don't get to play on Saturdays, but they give the guys a good look. But it's just football, coach. That's what they do. They got to work hard down there, because if they don't work hard down there, they don't ever get to come up to the other part of it. So I'll give them flowers, but I'm not, we need to see things on Saturday that those guys have pushed them to do, and not hold and grab and clutch and all that other kind of bull crap. So I think, like you said, if they have 5 or 6 penalties, which you have in a regular game, well, not for them. In a regular game, they have 9, 12 penalties, but they get to the point where they're having 4 or 5 penalties, a couple legal procedures, things like that, where, or a guy is throwing an effort in the secondary and he bumps a guy. I mean, that's just part of football. You can't, you're not always going to be clean in that secondary. But guys grabbing masks and, doing stuff with their hands in guys' faces. I mean, you're a veteran player. You've done it. You can't do those things. So those are the things they have to clean up, because, as you said, it's going to cost you a game down the line. You're not going to think of it, but penalty number 9, when you only needed to have 6, or number 7, it's going to hurt you.
Yeah, I mean, you're averaging 9 penalties per game right now, and Ohio State had 2 against you in week 1. San Jose State had 3 against you in week 2. So it's possible. I mean, we've seen the other teams play clean games, and you look around the country. Again, we told you where Texas stacks up with the rest of the nation in terms of penalties. Every other team is not playing like
those numbers are unbelievable.
I know. And, everyone's got their flaws, or most teams have their flaws early in the season, but that is a big one for Texas that needs to get cleaned up. And
we talk about the secondary being in the top 20 and talking about the defensive front being in the top 10 or whatever. I never thought a team that's gone to 2 semifinals had to worry about them being in the top 50 in penalties. My God, 100 and something.
Well, that's the whole team, right? I mean, most of the offense, but I think Colin Simmons leads the country in penalties, like for a player. So that's not good. We wanted Colin Simmons to lead the country in something else.
Yes.
We didn't want him to lead it in penalties. That's not why he was a first-team All-American. So, yeah, it's, we played some sound earlier this week from Steve Sarkisian talking about Simmons pressing a little bit and trying a little bit too hard, whatever he's got to do. I mean, Texas, again, not in tomorrow's game, not next weekend against Sam Houston, but you need guys like Colin Simmons to look like superstars for this team to reach its full potential.
Yeah, they're going to turn this team over and over and over tomorrow. That they should. Over the next 2 weeks, they should have about, no less than total of about 8 turnovers, for the next 2 weeks. They'll turn this team over and over. This team can't withstand the strength of the players, really. That's going to, the mismatch is going to be the physicality, I believe.
Oh, you
can't let the penalties be what keeps you in the game. You should be able to overpower this team, like you said, no matter what.
Well, you're your biggest opponent tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Like UTEP could play the best game it's ever played in school history, and that shouldn't be enough to keep this game even close. No. So the only way this game is like annoying and frustrating and somehow a little bit stressful is if Texas is its own worst enemy. So we don't want to see them do that. Like, they were their own worst enemy last week. They still won by 31. That's how much of a talent gap there was between Texas and San Jose State. And Texas is a bigger favorite against UTEP than they were against San Jose State. Like, I think San Jose State's better than UTEP. So it should be a bigger margin of victory. It should look even better for Texas. Sark's talking about the scout team. Texas's scout team is probably better than UTEP's number ones. right?
Yeah, their scout team should be giving them a hell of a game.
So, yeah, I think they would if they played. So, yeah, that's just clean it up a little bit. And Sark always praises his team. It's very rare where Sark will say that his team had a bad week of practice. He's a player's coach. That's just how he is. And it's worked at Texas the last couple of years. And I say it all the time, but when your team is playing well and they're winning games, nobody gives a crap what you say at the press conference, right? No one cares that Nick Saban was a huge D-bag to the press for a decade and a half at Alabama. Why? Because he was winning a bunch of championships. So it's like, if Texas had looked better, if Texas was 2-0 right now, still the number one team in the country, and they looked a little more buttoned up, nobody would be caring too much about what Steve Sarkisian has to say. But because things have looked the way that they have at times, and some of the numbers are what they are, there's some micro analyzing going on with Stark, right?
Well, that's what it's all about. You got to do that. Your team needs to be analyzed every week, every practice.
Sure.
And that's what people do. And they're going to see things. They want it to be better. They don't want it to get worse. And you as a coach are the same way. You want it to be better. He doesn't want a bunch of penalties. He wants everything to look clean. So if it's not getting done, as I said, it's a practice to practice thing. I mean, like I said, there's guys getting ripped at practice about technique. Even this week, knowing who you're playing against, they are ripping them about their technique and where they should be and what they shouldn't be doing. And if you're jumping off sides at practice, there's some screaming going on.
Oh, these guys have been running this week, Bug. I think it's beyond screaming, don't you?
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, man, he sees what's going on nationally. Those stats come right across his desk.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, anybody saw that watching the game last week. So, all right, another thing that I think we need to see from Texas tomorrow. By the way, shout out to Blake becoming a new TSU agent. Appreciate all of our YouTube members. Thank you for the support. Buck, we need to see this team have more success on third downs. How about these stats? Texas has had 26 third downs so far. They've converted just 7 of them. That is 26%. That has the Horns ranked 121st in the country.
Boy, they're doing good in those hundreds.
If that's not bad enough, the Longhorns have only converted 1 third down of 4 yards or longer.
What?
They're at a 6% success rate on 3rd and 4 or more. So it's not just like, they're not converting 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12, and they need less of those. But they have converted 1 third down and 4 or longer through 2 games this year.
Yeah, that's where the quarterback has to be better.
That's where everybody has to be better.
Like, the receivers have to catch the ball. When it hits your hands, you got to catch that for a first down.
Like, I don't care that you have 8 new starters on offense. There is too much talent on this team, and your coach is too good for that to be a thing. You are 6% on 3rd and 4 or more.
Man.
You should
We're not talking about 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 12. We're talking about
you should be 6% on 3rd and 20.
Yeah, there you go.
You should be able to. This offense should be able to convert 3rd and 20, 6 out of 100, maybe even more than 6 out of 100 times. We're talking about 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 7. That is unbelievably against Ohio State. Maybe you understand it, but the fact that you have played San Jose State too,
dude, I wouldn't understand that against Ohio State. 4 yards.
You're right. It should be better against Ohio State because you're trying to win championships and you have to beat teams like that to do it.
4 stinking yards.
They won, Buck. 1 third down of 4 yards or longer this season. It looks made up. Looks like an AI generated stat. That's how bad it is. So, yes. By the way, of the 7 third downs that Texas has converted total, again, 1 of 4 yards or more, they've converted 7 total this year. Only 2 of those 7 have been on passing plays. So they have 2 third down passing conversions through 2 games.
And I was getting ready to say, hey, out of those, they should be able to get 3rd and 4s in the run game alone.
Sure.
And be in the top 20.
Against San Jose State? Absolutely.
Against anybody. I don't care. I'm talking about, like I said, hey, you should be able to run for 4 yards. I don't care if they know you're going to run. But all I need is 4 yards. I'm going to dial up something that's going to give me 4 yards, 3 or 4 yards. They've got 1 of those? Seriously?
I'm telling you. They got to figure it out. Like, you just can't be stalling this much on offense. I get it. This defense is elite. But, man, they're going to get tired as the season moves along. And
Sure.
against better teams, they're going to tire out in the second halves of some of these bigger games if the offense
Yeah,
just
they're going to
can't.
need you to keep drive alive, keep a
Yeah.
drive alive on third down.
They were 2 of 12 last week against San Jose State on third down. And, in
And
that game alone.
This team was throwing the ball down the field and getting first downs, 3rd and 15, 3rd and 14. It was like I never even thought to think that this group couldn't get a 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10 last year. Quinn Ewers was dancing around in the pocket and hurt and everything else. But when it was 3rd and 9, 3rd and 9, I said, oh, they'll throw for a first down.
So Texas last year was 38th in the country in third down conversion percentage.
Okay.
They're at about 42.5%. Again, this year they are 26% and 121st in the country. So, yeah, it's a problem right now, and it needs to get better. Plain and simple, it needs to get better. If you can't convert third downs against teams like San Jose State and UTEP, then good luck at the Cotton Bowl. Good luck in Athens.
Oh.
You got some much better defenses on your slate when you get to SEC play. Apparently, Mississippi State's got a little bit of a pulse this year, too.
So we got to get better. We got to get better the next 2 weeks.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely. All right, there's one more. We'll get to my last thing that I need to see. You could really get 4 or 5, but I cut it to 3, and I want to hear if you got any more for me, Buck. But before we do that, before we continue the Texas UTEP conversation, how about we get our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Shout out our friends over at Tony C's Pizza, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and that great Italian food straight from, of course, the Ciola family cookbook. Tony C's has been around the community in BKs for over 15 years. Tuesday is 2 for 1 Tuesdays, of course. Unwine Wednesdays, that's half-price bottles of wine. And they've got 4 great locations, of course, in BKs, and of course, Highway 79 right across from the Dell Diamond, and Anderson Lane. Love that Tony C's Pizza. Get yourself one of those pies for sure.
Yes, indeed. And a quick shout-out to Pflugerville High School. It is senior night for the Pflugerville High School football team. They're playing Fort Bend Christian at the Puffield.
Puffield, yeah.
And, hey, they're looking for some support. They've got their big Panther celebration going on for their senior class of 2026. Tons of great fundraisers all year long. For more information on how you can support the Panther celebration up at Pflugerville High School, check out phspanthercelebration.com. phspanthercelebration.com. Wanted to give them a quick shout out there.
Also, a big shout out to my friends over at Relax the Back. Thank goodness I can at least sit down in a chair with my back. And that's because of the folks over at Relax the Back. And they've got some incredible accessories for you if you're having any of the back pain. And like I said, without this chair, BK, I couldn't do this show today. I couldn't sit in a regular chair. There would be just no way. I couldn't sit on a metal chair or one of those chairs that you stole poolside. I'd have to be in this chair in order to survive this day. I may have to take this to the game somehow. Except for this big old heavy son of a gun. It's kind of not good for moving around. So I like it where it is. I'm going to be sitting in this thing all day. And folks, you can get the comfort that you need at Relax the Back. 2 great locations in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria, right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck. Like the Buck lives pain-free some occasions, thanks to folks at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of pain-free, how about Altstadt Beer?
That'll keep you pain-free.
You're always pain-free when you're drinking Altstadt. What a great football weekend we have. Of course, another home game, your tailgates, your watch parties, supporting the Horns. You're going to need a great beer by your side. Make that Altstadt beer. But holy cow, have you seen the games tomorrow night? Some awesome matchups. We're going to be talking about them later in the show. But you need a great beer to accompany your football watching this weekend. Of course, games in the NFL on Sunday, a couple of games on Monday as well. A great football weekend on tap. Your football watching is made better when you have an awesome beer by your side. Altstadt is my beer of choice, brewed locally in Fredericksburg, all over the great state of Texas. Your favorite grocery stores, your favorite bars, your favorite restaurants. You go through a lot in this life. Reward yourself. Reward your taste buds with a great beer that is Altstadt Beer. And, of course, whatever you have going on this weekend, please remember to drink your Altstadt responsibly. It is the official beer of football season. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities. No regrets.
Great.
Shout out to our guy, Cameron. Said he had Tony C's last night. Amazing.
Very nice, Cameron.
Good choice, Cameron. Yeah, fantastic pizza. And they got that wine, too. That'll work.
Yeah. Nice bottle of wine, nice pizza. Hey, with mushrooms, no anchovies, just mushrooms and sausage for me.
You talking about mushrooms on your pizza or a different kind?
On my pizza, my pizza, down my gullet. Yes.
Magic mushrooms on pizza, too, if you wanted to, right?
Oh, no, this backache, there's no telling what Buck will try today.
Oh, is that an invitation?
I'm just saying I've got to move around, and some of my normal stuff is my wife put some stuff, the stuff that they put on horses. What is it called? DMOC or something like that. The medication that you rub. She rubbed that into my back, and I guess maybe it helped me sleep because I did sleep a little bit. I wasn't grunting and groaning, but it's a ointment that you put on. They put on liniment for like horses for their legs and stuff. I got that rubbed on me.
Are you sure you weren't being euthanized by your wife?
No, I got that the day before when she wouldn't give me the fleet. She told me no. No means no, and I'm still not happy about that.
Yeah, you were trying to have your wife violate you, and she said, "No, I'm not doing that."
It's my wife. Like, if my mother can do it, why couldn't my wife do it? Because she's not my mother. That's what she said. Because I'm not your mother.
That's pretty gross, man.
I mean, no, it's not. It's just, why do you think they make those things?
Oh, nasty. Yeah, go back to the start of the show if you want to hear what we're talking about.
Ass tsunami.
The ass tsunami. Did you make the Arch Manning face when you were going through your ass tsunami?
No, when I had the insertion, I had a little smile. I did a little smile to know that I hit a bullseye. Like the guy throwing the darts. Your dart throwing guy.
Yeah.
That's what I felt like sideways on my side there.
That's interesting that you enjoyed something being inserted into your rear end.
I'm glad I didn't, if you miss, it's just probably just a funny feeling. Look.
You talking about our guy, our dart celebrator here, one of the greatest sports celebrations of all time.
That's what I did on the floor.
That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
It still is weird, yes.
Incredibly weird. Oh, man. All right. Well, glad you're back this morning. Diving back into this Texas UTEP game. Hey, what a perfect segue, because the third thing that I need to see from the Longhorns tomorrow, explosive runs.
Yes.
I'm talking like post-Taco Bell level.
Yes.
Explosive runs. That's what we need to see from Texas. Like, it sounds like Trey Wisner isn't going to play again, and there's a number of guys who probably won't be out there tomorrow. We'll get to that list in a bit. But it's going to be a little tougher because you don't have your number one, but still, you need more from your run game. I mean, it's a quarterback's best friend, Buck, and it's even more important for an inexperienced quarterback who's clearly still trying to figure some things out. All the 4 and 5 stars that Texas has in the backfield, all the 4 and 5 stars that they've got on the offensive line. I know it's a lot of new from a year ago, but they got to be better at that, don't they?
Yeah, dude, I haven't seen like 3 gaping holes yet from this group, whether it's against Ohio State, San Jose State. It's just been kind of mushy in there, where guys just kind of lean on the pile and get yourself 3 yards that way. And I like to see like a little counter step deal where the hole is just wide open and the guy just takes it to the house, makes one guy in the secondary miss, and he's gone. I haven't seen any of that yet. Dude, if you can't see that against the group of 3 that you're playing here lately, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it is. And to your point, the Texas running backs only have 1 carry that has eclipsed 15 yards this season. The longest run of the year for the Longhorns was Arch Manning's 20-yard touchdown scamper in the third quarter last week, which, look, you like that play. You love having a dual-threat quarterback. You want to see more of that from your quarterback, but that's the longest run for Texas. That's their only run of 20 or more yards this year, and it was 20 yards. So some stats, again, comparing where Texas stacks up to the rest of the teams in college football. the Longhorns have 8 runs of 10 yards or more. That ranks 84th in the nation this year.
Oh, at least we're not in the hundreds. Yeah.
And they have 1 run of 20 yards or more, which ranks tied for 99th. They just missed the cut.
Yeah,
but again, their one 20 or more yard run was exactly 20 yards, Buck. That's it.
Like I said, in my running back room, they would be talking about, after the Ohio State game, after they rushed for 166, my running back room for the next 3 games would be talking about stats. I mean, this is where the individuals start talking about, I could have a stat day of about 250. If you let me play, if you don't pull me out in the third quarter while we're crushing these next 3 teams, hey, I could have 250. And Ricky would be telling you, and guys like Sean Mitchell and Priest Holmes would be saying, Coach, please don't take me out. If I'm having that day, if I'm like 170, just let me roll. Or the guys would be going into games when they're supposed to be sitting on the bench. I'd see a guy running back into the game with a play. That would be Sean Mitchell's thing. His uncle or somebody would be on the sideline saying, is Sean done for the day? And I'd be like, yeah, I don't want to get him hurt. Next thing I know, he's halfway on the field. I'm like, the uncle's calling the plays from the sideline,
He's got to get those fantasy stats,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, these are stat games that this group in the backfield should be talking about. And I don't care who it is. I mean, if Trey Wisner's not playing, if I'm the second and third guy, I'm thinking, damn, this is going to be a hell of a day for me playing against this group.
Yeah, Texas.
The miners. Are you kidding me?
Right, a bunch of coal miners out there. This should be
that offensive line should be just licking their chops.
You would think, yeah. I mean, last week, Texas barely got to 150 yards as a team, and their running backs averaged just 4.5 yards per carry. So,
San Jose, they were not that good. I mean, that shouldn't be happening.
They lost to Central Michigan at home the week before, dude. Central Michigan, who was 4-8 last year, had a new coach who was coaching his first ever college football game.
Well, this ain't playing with an edge, I'll tell you that.
No, they're not. Here's a little more from Stark on the run game. Again, not expected to see Trey Wisner tomorrow. So here's Stark talking a little bit about the other guys in that Longhorns running back room.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the running back position in any level is really important to continue the development of players that maybe aren't the ones that are getting the bulk of the carries in game, because as we all know, and injuries can occur and guys get forced into action. So you got to make sure that you're prepping and preparing those guys. I thought it was really good for Christian Clark to get in there last week. I think an opportunity for him to watch the tape, see the tape, and then get back to practice this week to make sure he's running to his style and how runs hit and fit in game. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing James Simon this week as well. He's been working very hard. And as far as Jarrett goes, I hated it for him last week. Because he's really worked at the ball, and he's a physical runner. He's not afraid of contact, and it was a great punch out. I thought it was ironic on the punch out. That was Larry Turner Gooden who punched that ball out, who had been with us. And so he was a guy that was a very intentional punch on the ball. It looked like the way we practice. And so it was great for him to get that exposure. The moment you think it's high and tight, it's not high and tight enough, especially in traffic. And so we got to continue to work with him because we're going to need him. He's going to be an asset for us. His physical running ability is something that we're going to need as the season progresses.
You think you're going to need him. You're going to need him to be on the bench if he can't hold on to the ball. That's where you're going to need him. That's just how simple that is. That guy fumbles too much. That guy has like 2 games to come in clean before I give him the ball in a big game. I don't care if it's South Carolina. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. That guy has 2 more games. If he's in there and that ball hits the ground again, sorry, Charlie. I got to move on. I got to spend my time coaching up some dude that may have just a little less talent, but has a lot more for protecting the football. So, Christian Clark, what I saw of him last week was he's just a guy for me right now. This is a big week for him to get loose. And not all holes are alike. Not all holes are alike. I know that doesn't mean that probably doesn't mean anything to you because maybe all holes are alike to you. But to me, not all holes they're alike. Some of that is on the back too. You got to make that happen. They're not going to have, I talk about these massive holes. Every once in a while it'd be nice to see it against teams like this because you're not going to see it a lot in the SEC play. No matter who you play, they're good enough athletes on the other side that somebody's going to clog that up. and you have to make yourself small or make yourself skinny to get through those things. But the teams they're playing right now, BK, over the last 3 weeks, let's go.
Gotta make myself
That's the
small.
running backs and the offensive line.
Yeah, gotta make myself small to get in that hole. To have that right?
Yes.
I feel like that's
You got to get through there. You got to make it happen. And once you're on that next level, you got to make somebody miss. This can't be all he's a physical guy that, everybody can lower their shoulder and get you an extra 2. How about the guy who just doesn't have to lower his shoulder? How about the guy that makes you just whip and look stupid as he's going down the sideline? I saw a lot of that last year. I've seen that over the last
I don't know. I don't know if we saw a lot of that last year. I really don't.
Over the last couple of years,
I would say 2 years ago and 3 years ago, we saw a lot of that. That was like our biggest, I don't want to call it a problem with Trey Wisner. He was awesome out of nowhere. He had a great year, but like we were talking in last year about how he just doesn't quite have that home run ability, like that make you miss in space and turn like an 8-yard run into an 80-yard run. So Jaden Blue had a little bit of that.
Oh, he had a lot of that. He had once he got past
he wasn't on the feet. He kept fumbling the ball. Like he wasn't getting enough carries for that to be a consistent part of the run game. So with Brooks, you had it. With Bajan, you had it. Like I don't think you had it last year, and I haven't seen it this year.
Well, no, I haven't. Well, we have not seen it at all from any of those guys this year.
Oh,
it's still, once again, it's early, but it's not that early. Stat weekend coming up the next 2 weeks.
Weekend. Yeah, and you're going to see, again, extra opportunities for those other guys without Trey Wisner out there. So you hope CJ Baxter continues to improve. And, I mean, I don't know how much Jarrett Gibson we're going to see when SEC play rolls around.
Yeah, right? I think there'll be a trust factor there no matter what, unless he has an unbelievable next 2 games where that guy's 150 yards and doing some amazing things, and the trust level continues to build. If he's just having a regular come in there in the, for a substitution and has a nice little carry or has a nice little run, that's not going to be enough for them. Their trust level has got to be high when it comes to SEC play.
Yeah, I think I would have told you that last week, even before the fumble in the fourth quarter against San Jose State. Right? Like Jarrett Gibson's 4th on the depth chart right now. So how often?
I watched in the beginning of the season. I mean, I watched at the end of the season last year. I just thought I didn't even know if he would still be here. To tell the truth.
Yeah. I just I don't know. Like the one real game, I should say, the one real opponent that Texas has played this year, it was Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter. That's it. Right. There was no Christian Clark. There was no Jarrett Gibson. Now it was game 1. Obviously, guys get better as the year goes along.
Right, and then I don't expect. And I want you once you get to SEC play, I don't expect running back number 1 and number 2. I don't expect to get to number 3. I would never expect to get number 3, no matter what.
Yeah. So the guy I'm most focused on is CJ Baxter.
Yeah.
Again, I'd love to see some great things because Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson, those guys your running backs of the future. And I hope they play well.
Maybe.
CJ Baxter that's the guy. Like Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter are going to be your bell cow backs to get you through this season. So you got to see.
Once again, at the University of Texas, every year there's a running back that should be in your group that has the ability to play as a freshman. I mean, coming out of high school, he's something really, really special, and he just needs an opportunity. I mean, and these are the kind of games you find them. Yeah. These are the kind of games you build that trust. Some guy right out of high school, looks like freaking Tony Dorsett, but he hadn't had that opportunity. He gets in a game, and that little hole that you thought wasn't very big, he gets through and makes a couple guys in the secondary miss, and he's gone. Now he gets another couple carries. Then you start building that trust for the bigger games. But these guys are laying on the ground and just leaning on this line for 2 and 3. Hell, not 4, but 2 and 3. That's got to change. That should be an every year deal at Texas. One of the best running backs in the country should end up coming to school here, battling it out for a guy who, I don't care if the guy's a senior. You should have one of those young guys getting ready to be able to play now.
Well, they did sign 2 in this top-ranked class of 2025. Right. And
I think he mentioned one of the names. I think he mentioned one of the kids.
Yeah, James Simon is the name that Steve Sarkisian mentioned. He was one of the 2 signees, and we've heard pretty much since the spring that Simon was ahead of Ricky Stewart, who's the other freshman running back on this Texas roster right now. So maybe we do see James Simon tomorrow. Like that's another want-to-see thing. That's not a need-to-see thing. But that is a want to see. Hey, Texas is up by 40 at halftime, and you could start putting in. I don't want to see Arch Manning playing midway through the fourth quarter. No. I get it. He needs reps, but if the Texas offense,
no, he's at that
better,
point now. You can get other people in. You got to see some other people. This will be game 3. BK, he'll be fine reps wise. He's going to get enough reps even the following week.
It's less of that. The offense has to look better. I think
Yes.
Sark was hoping to take Arch Manning out well before he did against San Jose State. The problem was the offense was not good in the second half. Wasn't really good outside of just that 5-minute stretch at the end of the first quarter and the start of the second quarter. So I think I think Arch absolutely wanted to play those other guys more, including Matthew Caldwell as backup quarterback. But I don't like, if the offense sputters the way that it did last week, I don't know if Sark is just going to be like, oh, that's enough. I think he's going to need to see more from his starters. I agree with him.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You can't be ranked 120 or whatever it is. That stuff you got to straighten that up. And whether it's communications, whatever it is, you have to fix that. So if your guys have to play a little bit longer, so be it.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's got to look better. It's got to look cleaner tomorrow. And it should. And I know for a lot of fans, it's not going to do a whole lot because you're damn near 6 touchdown favorites in this game.
Right.
But they got to start passing the eye test a little bit more. And yeah, some of those numbers just really show you how inefficient this offense has been through 2 weeks.
Yeah, and the explosive backs. So you don't see the speed yet because they haven't had enough chance to get out and get going. There haven't been any holes where they get through that they're going in full speed. And they have to make a cut at full speed against a guy in the secondary or a linebacker. It's been you hit up in there, and then all of a sudden your tackle or your guard or whatever, you get pushed around a little bit. And once again, not every hole is the same. Sometimes that's going to be on the running back. Sometimes that's going to be on the offensive lineman. But you haven't seen many of those ones where they get through the initial line of scrimmage, and there it is. You see a guy one-on-one where he has to make a cut against a guy. Haven't been many of those so far this season.
Remember, kids, not every hole is the same.
Is that a tip for kids?
That is a tip for the kids in the car line.
Oh, my goodness. Thank goodness it's Friday, and most of them are already in school and getting ready to get out for the day by lunchtime probably.
Oh, kids are now leaving school early on Friday?
Hey, parents are leaving work at lunchtime.
I know that. I didn't know the kids were doing that yet.
Hey, it's like some of the high schools we got. I think we may be having a homecoming, things like that early. Some places are early. It's a big deal. Like Lake Travis tonight, this is the last home game for them because all the rest of the home games get played over in Dripping. So it's a big night tonight. Kids got to go get the mums and everything else today. What's wrong with you?
Oh, it's homecoming tonight?
Homecoming, of course. Those mums, those things are important. Those big old huge flowers, and now bigger the better, I believe.
Dude.
Every year they seem to get better. They like computers.
It's always
the old computers, the old IBM ones.
It's always such a culture shock.
It's a computer.
Thank you. For people who move to the state of Texas.
Oh yeah, it is. It's still a culture shock to me. Now I've been around here so long and doing high school games. They just keep getting bigger though.
Yeah. The mom garter bit for homecoming is just one of the most insane things that we do. We do a lot of insane things in this state, but that's at the very top of the list, Buck.
I mean, how long do those? I mean, what do you do when you get a mom from your date? I mean, it's I know at the weddings you get the flowers, and I kept some rose in the. I know my ex-wife kept it in the refrigerator in the freezer for like 2 years until I finally said, "Can I throw this thing out?" I'm like, what is this doing in here? She goes, that was on my dress, my wedding dress. Look at that thing. That dude's head. That mom is as big as that dude's head.
I hope we don't get in trouble for showing 2 random kids' high school picture, but I just Googled mom and garter, and this is the first picture that popped up. So you're welcome, kids.
Look what goes into all that.
I mean, I've seen way more intricate ones than these too. Like these aren't even that ridiculous.
I know. Well, that's why they got to get home by noon. They got a lot of work. They got hours upon hours to finish up.
Oh, it ain't the kids that are making that, Buck. It's the parents that are making that.
Oh, the kids have the input.
Yeah, the kids tell the volunteer moms, like, here's what I want it to look like. And then the mom, this is how it was, at least at my high school. It's been a while since I've been in high school. But we had like, you know how like Spirit Halloween, they'll like rent out a storefront for 2 months around October 31st. We had an area by the high school where our school would just rent out a small office building for like a month before homecoming. And you'd go in, you'd fill out a form saying what you wanted on your date's mom or garter. and you'd give it to the moms, and the moms would be like slave shop workers back there just putting these things together.
Oh yeah, my wife here, her one of her best friends is a florist, and she donates her time to doing this for these deals. It's like, you're right. It's like working in the Nike sweatshop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't believe, I'm like, she's still there. She goes, oh no, she's been there straight through the night, with these orders. Like orders, some of these things must cost, I mean, some people get them made, it must cost a fortune.
Hundreds of dollars, dude.
Like, what is this, like a wedding dress? Come on, kids.
And you wear it one time. You wear it to school one time. And then I think in high school, like a lot of people will hang them up in their bedrooms after they wear them. But then it's like, once you get to college, it's not cool to have that anymore. You got to throw that shit away. I don't need that. So it's funny. Like you tell people if they know what a mum is, this is the mum flower, right?
Yes.
So people from out of state, it's like, you know what a mum is? Yeah, sure. It's this thing. It's like, no, not in this state.
Wow.
A little different around these parts.
Yeah, tonight's mum night. I can't wait.
Oh my God, those things. Some of them are like,
I need to take some pictures. I need to get around some. I'm allowed to take pictures with kids, right?
no, you're not.
Oh, okay.
You don't have any kids or grandkids at that school, so you should not be
I shouldn't be having my arms around the kids with the moms.
Hey kids, let me get a picture of you. Now let me get in the picture here. A selfie. Give me a selfie.
Yeah. Let me get in that TikTok video. Come on. Let Uncle Buck get in here.
Oh my God. Let me see your mom. Let me hold your mom, please.
Oh yeah. No. Oh no. Those things. I mean, it's incredible, BK, the size of them though. This looks like a home plate.
It's ridiculous. I mean, they literally will go. So the guys wear the garters, as they call them, and they'll go on like your arm, and they'll hang from like the top of your arm, kind of down to your wrist. But the mums, as we call it at Texas high schools, they go from literally like a girl's chest all the way down to the floor.
Oh my God.
Like they are that. I mean, you saw in the picture we just showed. Like
I
they
know.
are that big, they are that long, and it's just the most ridiculous thing that's ever happened.
When did they start this? Did they start? Who started this mum tradition?
I don't know. That's a great question. I have no idea who started the mum and garter homecoming bit. I don't know how it blew up as much as it did, but it is.
Sam Houston started it probably.
Oh, Sam Houston himself?
I think so. He may have.
You think that was a part of his bid as the first president of Texas?
Yeah, I think maybe he started the mums at homecoming.
Yeah, that was his first order of business right there.
Yeah, we need to find that out.
Oh my gosh. All right. So there's a random mum talk. So I guess we're talking a little high school football today. Yeah, Sam Houston focused on annexation and homecoming mums and garters.
There you go.
Those were his two big running points.
Good job, Sam Houston.
He was trying to get voted in. All right, we've got a special guest from El Paso joining us here in a moment. But before we talk to Adrian Broadus about tomorrow's Texas UTEP game, how about a quick round of sponsor shout-outs?
To my friends, say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick's. It was nice to be there this week. They've got that incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, and I've got it going on today. I'm doubling up today, as a matter of fact, and tons of Texas-themed gifts and items, books, the whole works. A wide variety of men's and women's clothing. I'm bringing a couple guys some polos today, some of these right here, BK. They love these for golf, for a couple of guys that I'm doing the game with tonight. And Sue Patrick offers free shipping on online orders of $59 and more, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Go on by, say hello to the gang. And as we saw the other day, the Jelly Cats, the Scary Sun Jelly Cat with the legs was there. And you can get that for a smooth 1,000. I know Jay says 1,100, but I'll guarantee you, if you say I'll give it, I want that big sun for $1,000, he'll give you a deal. He'll cut you a break right there.
Yeah, I like that.
That thing may not even be there at Sue Patrick. Once again, for more information, go to SuePatrick.com. That thing's probably gone.
Don't forget that grumpy turtle, too. Don't forget about that one. Oh, man. Shout out to AV Consultations as well. What a football weekend we have on tap. I'm ready to go because I have my AV Consultations TV set up at my place. If you haven't made the call yet, you are missing out. We're getting close to October, the best sports month of the year. College football, the NFL in full swing, playoff baseball, the return of hockey, the return of basketball. It's all coming up. There's no better time than right now to make the call to AV Consultations to get hooked up with the home TV setup of your dreams. You see the quality of work? These two TVs hung up behind me, perfectly mounted, no wires sticking out. Everything works great. That's the work of Audiovisual Consultations. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988, and they could give you whatever home TV setup you want, whether it's the man cave that I have, if you want the 85-inch screen like the Buck has, maybe a home theater room or something for your patio outside. Doesn't matter. AV Consultations can make it all happen. 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com. All right, 1 day away from kickoff, Texas and UTEP, the 7th all-time meeting between the Longhorns and the Miners. And joining us now to preview the game from the UTEP side is Adrian Broadus of ESPN El Paso and also the host of the Miner Talk podcast as well. Adrian, thanks so much for the time, man. How are you today?
What's up, guys? BK, Bucky, you guys are awesome. I'm super excited to be with you guys here today. I'm waking up in El Paso. I'll go to sleep in Austin tonight. We're heading to the 512, and we're super excited.
You may not wake up. You may just go ahead and stay up all night when you get to Austin for sure.
I'm ready for it.
You guys are, please tell me you're flying, Adrian.
Thank goodness. We are flying. Yes, we are flying. It's a 9-hour drive. Have you ever made the drive, BK? Because it's ridiculous. I've made the drive plenty of times.
Funny story, Adrian. I lost a bet on an old radio show, and I had to take a Greyhound bus to and from El Paso in the same weekend. So it's a 9-hour drive when you're in a car and you could speed a little bit and you don't have to stop in every small town. It was a 14-hour drive on the Greyhound bus. So I will never make that trip again in my life, sir.
That is brutal.
Yeah, and Adrian, for me, some of the best fun times I've had when I was coaching was the best bowl game. How about this? People are going to think I'm crazy. One of the best bowl games in America, the Sun Bowl. Been there. I think I was there twice. My family had the greatest time. The hospitality there in El Paso was, bar none, was the greatest time for my family on any of the bowl trips. And we went to a lot of different types of bowls, but nothing better than the folks in the Sun and the hospitality of the Sun Bowl. Wonderful people there.
It's a reflection of El Paso, man. I love the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl myself. Been a part of their coverage here for like 10 years now, so it's been a lot of fun to cover that bowl game. And you're right, it's the hospitality, it's the people here in El Paso, and that's what makes the city special.
Love it. All right, Adrian. Well, tell us about this UTEP team. We'll start with the head coach, Scotty Walden. Fascinating story. He's 35 right now, which is pretty young for a head coach. He got his first college head coaching job when he was 26 years old. So he's worked his way up a little bit. Year 2 for him in El Paso. Tell us about, Scotty Walden's coaching style and how this UTEP team has taken to him in his second season.
Yeah, when he first came to UTEP, the big thing was bringing the energy and excitement to where they could have high recruiting classes. I mean, they were back-to-back top recruiting classes out of Conference USA, which might not mean a lot to other people, but, to UTEP fans, UTEP has always been in the bottom of Conference USA in recruiting rankings. And it's Conference USA, guys. We're not talking Mountain West. We're not talking the American Athletic. It's Conference USA, and they're usually always at the bottom. So when Scotty Walden brought that kind of, breath of fresh air and high energy recruitment, he likes to get guys from the Lone Star State. He likes to get guys out of the FCS transfer portal. And he's somebody with a chip on his shoulder. His age doesn't define him. He's kind of risen through the ranks. He had success at Austin Peay. And with UTEP, he's their primary play caller. He's somebody who, is very, very involved with their offense. He kind of lets the defense do their own thing. Very much a player's coach. Very much somebody who likes to retain some of these athletes, although it is hard at a school like UTEP with not a lot of NIL resources and stuff like that. But, he doesn't like to make excuses. He likes to adapt to the changing times of college football, and that's kind of what we see from somebody like him.
All right, tell us about the offense. I know that one thing that he would love to do is he'd like to have a pretty good running game, especially coming into a game like this, playing against an opponent like Texas, and really take the pressure off of a quarterback. I think you have a transfer quarterback, but you'd like to be able to run the ball. And the same thing at the University of Texas. You like to be able to run the ball when you have kind of a new quarterback and new, different offensive linemen and things like that. What about the run game? Is the run game going to be sufficient enough, not just for this game, for the rest of the year too?
Well, the first week it was not there. Like, it just wasn't there against Utah State. And they tried to balance between the guy and Cam Thomas, who plays a bit of a wide receiver and a running back hybrid role. He took the bulk of the carries. He didn't have that much success on the ground. Last game, they balanced between Ashton Emery and Hashawn Wilson on the ground. And those are the two, I guess, primary backs that they're going to probably lean on this week, knowing that Cam Thomas is out for an extended period of time right now with a leg injury. The other side to it is, I mean, the biggest headline over the offseason was grabbing former five-star prospect and quarterback Malachi Nelson and to see what he could do. You know, he was somebody who's never played really a snap or never really started in college football. And he got a chance to start his first game 2 weeks ago against Utah State. And if Malachi Nelson's name sounds familiar, well, it should. I mean, out of the class of 2023, atop the rankings alongside Arch Manning was Malachi Nelson when he went over to USC. And it didn't work out over there. He was behind two different quarterbacks, including Caleb Williams. Goes over to Boise State last year. Doesn't work out there. Doesn't get any real playing time over there. And now he's here at UTEP. This is kind of his next shot. And he had chances to go elsewhere, make more money than a school like UTEP, but he chose the minors. And now you're kind of seeing this connection between Scotty Walden, the play caller, and a quarterback like him, Malachi Nelson. I think he's going to need a lot of work. He's going to need to continue to grow within this system, limit turnovers, but things are there. I mean, he's got arm talent. He's got the field vision. You just got to see how he can kind of put it all together and try to win some games. I mean, that's how you're going to be, that's how you're going to be judged on wins and losses. And winning games is going to be important, especially in this terrible conference, you say.
Adrian Broadus from ESPN El Paso joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Yeah, I'm curious, because Malachi Nelson is the highest rated recruit that UTEP has ever signed, whether it was out of high school or out of the transfer portal. What was the reaction from you as a UTEP fan, a guy who covers the team, and just also the minor fan base when ESPN had Malachi Nelson ranked ahead of Arch Manning in high school? So when a guy like that chooses a school like yours, what was the fan base like when that news dropped?
It felt like it was uncharted waters, man. It felt like it was never going to happen up to that point. And it still feels kind of unreal that it even happened to begin with. In an NIL world that we live in the transfer portal world that we live in, the realignment world we live in, to grab a guy like Malachi Nelson, it says that it's more than just UTEP in Conference USA, right? It's Scotty Walden trying to build something special here in El Paso. And I mean, guys, you look 2 decades back. UTEP has made 3 bowls in 2 decades. They haven't won a bowl game since 1967. This fan base is starving for any kind of success. And they want to get to that point where they're going to bowl games regularly or winning games regularly. That just doesn't happen. Last year, a 3-win season didn't work out. They wanted to change some things at the quarterback position and found a great opportunity in Malachi Nelson. I think the fan base was just super, super energized by it. I think it really moved the needle also. Last week, they had 31,000 fans in for an FCS opponent. So, I mean, that's a G5. It's still a G5 here at UTEP. And they're still drawing fans, and they're still having a lot of excitement. I think a large part of it is moving the needle with a 5-star caliber quarterback like Malachi Nelson.
Well, then it's got to be exciting for the players to play a team like Texas. It just, no matter what people think, they're not going, oh shit, I wish we were playing somebody else. I wish we were playing Sam Houston or Texas State. They've got to be excited about playing the University of Texas. I mean, for your fan base, and they know the reality of what could happen on Saturday. But for your players, they don't care if it's the Green Bay Packers. They just want to play against really good competition, the best they can play. And this is a great opportunity for them.
Well, it's a great opportunity for everybody involved, right? I think there's a ton of value. I find a ton of value in this. Head coach Scotty Walden finds a ton of value. Quick story, 9 years ago, I was at the games 2016 covering it as a college journalist at the time. And I was at DKR and I was on the field looking for a bathroom. I see Bevo, I see, all the security staff. And then I see this beautiful car pull up right in front of the gate that gets you onto the field. And it's Kevin Durant. And I dab him up. His security pushes me away. It's right before he makes the transition from OKC to Golden State. And it's just the star power, right? Like, who's going to be on the sidelines? Like, who's the attention that's out there? The amount of fans that are out there at DKR. It's just incredible. Like, Scotty Walden talked today earlier this week about how in 2014, when he was at East Texas Baptist, his team was traveling through Austin, and they got a chance to stop at DKR, and he was just marveling at it, while his team was going through a bit of walkthroughs and thinking, could I ever coach here? Could I ever coach a game here at this stadium? And now here on Saturday, he'll get that opportunity to do so. So I think a bit of star power, right? But if you talk about this roster, 70, 80% made of kids from Texas, they grow up watching the Longhorns. They grow up thinking this is the cream of the crop. And a lot of these guys weren't recruited by Texas. Actually, all of them except for Malachi Nelson. No one was recruited by Texas here on this squad. So a bit of a chip on your shoulder. You want to show what you could do against a squad like this. You want to show what you could do on a SEC network type of game. And everybody's going to be turning on this film moving forward because of all the draft prospects on Texas's roster. And so UTEP will get a chance to have some of their guys shine. That same game I was referencing 9 years ago, Aaron Jones, who's currently starring for the Minnesota Vikings, he rushed for over 100 yards in that game, including a 51-yard touchdown run. And I think that game kind of put his name on the map in that final season he was with the Miners. So just to throw it out there, it's a great opportunity for these guys individually to be seen.
Yeah, love Aaron Jones. Always flashes the 915 whenever he scores a touchdown, even to this day. That's an El Paso proud kid right there. I thought you were going to say you took a dump in Bevo's crap bucket, Adrian. I wasn't sure where that story was going. Hey, man, tell us about the defense. Like, the most impressive stat for UTEP so far, you guys are first in the country in tackles for loss and tied for first in the country in sacks. Tell us about this new look defensive line and what's been so effective so far through 2 weeks.
The crazy thing is they lost two super productive players from last year, right? Maurice Westmoreland, Kyron Duhan. They were number 1 and 2 in Conference USA in total sacks last year. Both those guys went to go get paid. I mean, one of the guys in Westmoreland goes to Tulane for his graduate year. Duhan, who was just a true freshman last year, his sophomore season, transfers over to Oklahoma State. And they supplemented with guys like Udoka Eziani and then guys like Elijah Baldwin. On the other side of the defensive line, you have a player in Ashad Hall. And then the interior on the defensive line is pretty impressive to me. Katie Johnson, an all-conference caliber player, and then Ashton Coker alongside him as well. So this D-line is pretty solid, man. They run a 4-man front, and they do a really nice job of pressuring the quarterback.
Tell me about Xavier Smith, your safety.
He's a guy who, in my opinion, Xavier Smith. I'm sorry about the damn dogs, guys.
All right.
Got the little chihuahuas. But Xavier Smith is such an impressive player because he came from Colorado en route to Austin Peay and then got a chance to transfer over to Texas, or I'm sorry, UTEP. And he's somebody who's kind of manning that secondary, but as a leader in that secondary too, he's really impressive. Solo Barnes is also in that secondary along with Lance Russell. Some really impressive guys.
There we go. Adrian Broadus from ESPN El Paso joining us here. I'll make this a long question, so you get the Chihuahua under control. Of course, he's got a Chihuahua. El Paso Chihuahuas. That's the AAA baseball team they've got there. Of course, you got to have one. All right, Adrian. Okay, he's gone off camera for a second. So when he comes back, I'm going to ask about if there's anything UTEP can realistically do to make this game kind of interesting, if he feels like they've got a shot to keep this one close for at least a little bit. All right, there he is. I don't know if you heard that, Adrian, but look, the line is what it is. We know the talent gap between these two teams. I'm seeing 40.5 right now in Vegas. If UTEP is going to make this interesting, at least for a half tomorrow, what has to go right for them?
The biggest thing is they've got to limit turnovers. This is a turnover-prone team, even dating back to last year. They take a lot of shots, and they try to take a lot of risks on their side. They've got to limit those turnovers. And then defensively, they give up big plays, but they're high risk, high reward. Even dating back to last year, they made a defensive coordinator transition change over the offseason from J.J. Clark, who's now coaching as an assistant with the Cowboys, to now Bobby Daly. And when you have Bobby Daly here, same kind of system, high risk, high reward. They'll go after some of these big plays. They'll try to go for these turnovers. And it's a big deal for the squad to try to force those turnovers. But in doing so, they sometimes give up some of those big plays. So try to limit the big plays and try to force those turnovers on their side.
I when I look at matchups like this, I always think about the offensive line. Can the offensive line protect your quarterback? That to me is kind of the key to what you can really do. You're going to, you limit your turnovers, but your turnovers happen when some guy from the blind side comes around the corner and knocks the ball out of your quarterback's hand. How is this offensive line going to be able to hold back the guys from the University of Texas?
Yeah, that's a little concerning for me too. I mean, first game, Malachi Nelson was pressured heavily, and that offensive line kind of bent a little bit. But then the second game, they locked up. It's an FCS squad, though, guys. I mean, we can all be real with that. With the offensive line, I think it'll be a work in progress. I think this is a great opportunity for Texas to go and send the house at somebody like Malachi Nelson on third down plays to really force them in bad situations. So keep an eye on that one. That'll be a key here coming up tomorrow. I'll also say, when it comes to that, their offensive line, I was not high on them at all going into this year, but they've actually surprised me a little bit out of the gate. They've got bigger guys on that offensive front. Last year, they lacked a lot of size. I mean, that was the biggest thing. They had guys 6'1", 6'2", really manning the front. This time around, you've got your 6'5", 6'7" type of players on that O-line. It starts with guys like Mark Robinson, James Williams. Those are the two guys who I'm pretty impressed on that offensive front. Their center, and Ivan Escobar, is a hometown guy from Montwood High School, so he's another guy that I'm definitely keying on here for Saturday.
There we go. Adrian, how about a score prediction for tomorrow's game? Again, Texas, a 40.5-point favorite. I'd love to hear you pick UTEP win. I wonder if you're that confident in maybe the biggest upset in college football history. But who wins tomorrow, and what's the final score at DKR?
Yeah, I feel like on the other side, when kind of doing my homework on Texas, it's the game where Arch Manning here on Saturday goes off. This is the Arch Manning come out party. It's 52-7 in my opinion, and maybe 7 is a stretch. I mean, at UTEP, how are they going to score, right? They're going to have to try to get one of those big explosive plays I was talking about on the other side that the defense is trying to stop. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Can UTEP get? We've kind of talked about this on the show. Can they get over 7.5 points? I think that might be a stretch.
Yeah, this Texas defense is elite. All right, man. Any plans for y'all? I think I was talking to Steve, your co-host, and he mentioned a couple of live broadcasts. What do you guys have on the books when you make it here to Austin?
Yeah, we're going to Jew Boy Sliders tonight. We're going to be broadcasting from 5 to 7 Central, 4 to 6 back in El Paso, and then tomorrow morning, or I should say Saturday morning, we're going to be out at Crown and Anchor right before the game, 10 a.m. to noon. And yeah, shout out to that group over there. Hopefully walking distance. That's at least how we planned it. So We'll be out there, and we're going to have a lot of fun with Texas and UTEP fans.
Oh yeah, we've done a couple of shows at Crown and Anchor. Love that place, and yeah, it's a stone's throw away from DKR, so should be a good time. Well, Adrian, thanks for the time, man. Safe travels to Austin. Really appreciate you chopping it up with us this morning.
Thank you, Adrian. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there he goes. Adrian Broadus from ESPN El Paso, the host of Minor Talk out there. And yeah, even a big UTEP fan, even a guy who covers the team, is going 52-7. He thinks Texas not only wins, but also covers the ginormous.
Yeah, he wants to know how he's trying to figure out how they're going to get 7.
Yeah, well, I am too. Maybe a big play if Texas has a breakdown. Like, as sloppy as Texas has been through these first 2 games, one thing they haven't really done, they haven't had a lot of defensive breakdowns yet. They haven't given up a lot of huge explosive plays over the top because someone just doesn't know where they're supposed to be, or someone just
somebody just totally out of position.
So I have a hard time thinking UTEP is going to be able to put together like an 8 or 9 play touchdown drive.
I don't see them sustaining long drives. Somebody's going to have to scoop and score, or something like that happens.
Yeah, just a big play where Texas screws up. Someone gets beat on a double move, or someone falls down, right? And it opens something up. So we'll see. I am interested to watch Malachi Nelson play. I mean, Adrian told the story. I think most people know the story by now.
Oh, yeah.
Malachi Nelson, former 5-star recruit in the same class as Arch Manning. And the folks at ESPN had Malachi Nelson ranked ahead of Arch Manning coming out of high school. Nelson started at USC, didn't work there, went to Boise State, didn't work there. So different paths for these two guys, both of them in year 3. Arch waited his turn, stuck around at Texas. Malachi Nelson did not wait his turn, and he's been bouncing around all over the place, and somehow he is in El Paso right now.
Yeah, I just don't see them being able to protect him.
I don't either, man. And that's another, this is more of a want to see thing, although I'm sure some Longhorn fans would argue this is a need to see thing. Through 2 games, Texas only has 2 sacks as a defense.
Yeah, they need to get after this kid. They need to sack this kid 3 or 4 times in this game.
This is a group that spent a lot of time this offseason talking about wanting to lead the SEC in sacks. And that's a great goal to have.
Turnovers and sack, yeah.
They were top 5 in the country in sacks last year. So, like, for them to go out and say, we want to lead the conference in that category, it wasn't too outlandish or anything.
No.
You got a preseason All-American in Colin Simmons. You got Ethan Burke, a senior now, Colton Vosick, Anthony Hill, and Trey Moore, and just all that talent up front on defense. Through 2 games, 2 total sacks. Not great.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of just laying back and letting your secondary do their thing in the secondary, where they're just good cover guys, or good in zone, or good in man, and you're not having to do a lot to get after the quarterback. But there needs to be some more individuals beating one-on-one guys,
That's it. And I understand, look, a lot of Ohio State's game plan in week 1 was getting the ball out of Julian Sain's hands quickly. A lot of Walker Eagle's game plan for San Jose State in game 2 was to get the ball out of his hands quickly.
Oh, it's all going to be the same all year long, and everybody's going to do that.
Yeah, it's you still got to get some more hits on the quarterback. You got to get a little bit more pressure on the quarterback. A few more clean pockets in those first 2 weeks than I would have liked, considering all of the talent on this Texas defense. So hopefully they can pin their ears back a little bit. And
because they're going to put it all on the quarterback because they won't be able to run the ball.
No, I don't think they will. I mean, they're going to try, but I don't expect them to. I mean, against – they played 2 games this year, they being UTEP. We mentioned last week was against an FCS opponent. Against Utah State, the one FBS opponent that they played, they averaged 2.9 yards a carry in that game. And Utah State is obviously not the caliber of Texas.
No.
You would like to think this Texas defense can keep that UTEP run game in check. And, again, there shouldn't be a lot of offensive success for the Miners tomorrow.
No, I very seldom have 0 as score, but on my deal this week, I got 0 for them.
I wouldn't hate a shutout.
They could use a nice shutout.
It's possible. We've seen plenty of teams around the country. Ohio State pitched a shutout last week. Penn State pitched a shutout last week.
Dude, there was an enormous amount of teams that put up 70 last week.
Yeah, Ohio State was
a lot of points last week.
I'm going to go ahead and claim racism by Ohio State scoring 70 against Grambling. That just feels like a hate crime, doesn't it?
Well, they may have been listening for a particular song and the band didn't play it. So
they were mad about that.
Probably.
Oh man. Yeah, there were some 70 burgers, but hey, I would love to see Texas put up 70 more than I'd like to see Texas pitch a shutout. Wouldn't you?
Yes.
The defense can give up 10 points, 13 points, 14 points tomorrow. And I'm still going to think this defense is really good.
There's no doubt. They can, like I said, they can give up 14 in a game, even against the Miners, and I'm fine with them. If they score 70 and it's 70-14, 73-14, that's the kind of stuff that I think looks good.
That's a cover right there.
Well, especially if you're out of the 100s, that means you're obviously going to have a big rushing day. Your quarterback's going to have a chance to throw down the field. And maybe some of your receivers are actually going to catch the ball.
That would help.
One receiver is actually going to catch the ball.
Well, Texas is banged up at wide receiver, right? This offense is going to be shorthanded tomorrow. We talked about Trey Wisner not playing. Steve Sarkisian gave us 4 names yesterday that he described as, quote, doubtful to out, end quote. I think you can remove the words doubtful to. I think the following 4 guys will not play tomorrow. Trey Wisner, DeAndre Moore, who's in concussion protocol. Remember, he got hurt last week, left the game early. Turns out it was a concussion. Emmett Mosley, the 5th, the Stanford wide receiver, who has yet to play. And then Alex January, the defensive tackle. So 3 offensive players there. I also think Jack Endries is going to be very limited because of the ankle tweak that he suffered last week. Again,
they wanted him to heal up for sure.
Yeah, I think if this was a tougher opponent, probably all of those guys would be playing, but you're a 40-point favorite. You don't need them. So saying that, 2 of your top 4 receivers will be out. Your top running back will be out. Your top tight end will be out. So opportunities for some younger guys and make it a little more impressive, I guess, if Texas is able to go for 60 or 70.
Yeah, C.J. Baxter needs to have a good game. He has to show some acceleration, a little bit of explosive, some explosive runs. So that I think that he's back to 100% healthy. Because right now I still think, he's just kind of feeling his way around, which once again, it's 11-on-11 with different jerseys now. Guys aren't letting up on you when they start hitting you now. And they hit you from all angles, and there's no quick whistles or any of that kind of stuff, And for him, this is just another one of those games where he can really get better.
Oh, no. JSD said it. He used the phrase, I thought we were done with this, playing down to the competition. I thought we
No,
were
you're
done. I
not.
thought we were over that.
There's too much to do. There's too much improvement that needs to be made to playing down to anybody.
Ah,
What are the
that is-
teams going to think that people will be pissed because they scored 70 or 65? Nobody's going to be mad. You got
No.
things to work on.
No, they played down to San Jose State for a lot of that game last week. Last year they didn't do that. Last year they beat Colorado State 52-0, UTSA 56-7, ULM 51-3. Those were your three cupcake non-conference games. So I thought we had gotten over that, but maybe not. Maybe.
Yeah, because the Miners will give them their best shot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Big game. I mean, like Adrian said, it's that roster is 80% Texas kids who would have loved to have been recruited by Texas, but none of them were. So that's not going to matter a whole hell of a lot because they're just not good enough. But they're going to be excited for this game. They're going to be motivated. They're going to be jazzed up, and
they've got a coach who's really excited about his program too.
Yeah, and the hope is Texas is a little more jazzed up, and maybe not playing a game at 11 a.m. will help Texas get out of the gates.
Yeah, we'll see how that is too. Yeah, that'll be interesting.
That's been a problem. It has been way too sluggish in the starts of these first two games. So we'll see if it's an 11 a.m. problem or if it's a Texas problem. There's only one more 11 a.m. game this season. That is the Vanderbilt game at home in November, I think November 1st. So most of that stuff is behind us. But, yeah, get off to a quicker start, please. That would
Vanderbilt's still playing football?
Big game for the Doors tomorrow against the Cox. The Doors and the Cox tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's tomorrow night, right?
Tomorrow night. I think that's on SEC Network. So right after Texas UTEP finishes up on SEC Network, they'll send you over to Columbia, and we'll see if Vandy can pull off the upset. They've lost 16 straight against the fake USC, so a big one for the Commodores.
Make that 17.
Make that there's your call. All right, we got to get to your Gold Star locks. We got some NFL to talk about. A little Cowboys and Giants preview. We've got a couple of fun videos for the people as well. It is a Friday after all.
Absolutely.
But before we shift gears, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, for close to 70 years in Central Texas, Woods Comfort Systems has been getting it done. That air conditioning of yours, believe me, it's still warm outside. Make sure that it's running properly. And the guys at Woods Comfort Systems, well, their technicians will make sure that's going to happen for you. But as the winter months start to sneak up on us, prepare yourself. Get those filters all changed and ready to go for the winter months. You don't want anything to happen because, my Farmer's Almanac says, BK, we're going to have some cold ones coming through here. Look out. That's right. The old Farmer's Almanac said we're going to have a couple of those nasty cold fronts coming through. So you want to make sure that everything's ready when that time comes. And at Woods Comfort Systems, they will get it done. Not only do they do heating, air conditioning, they also do plumbing at the Wagner's residence. But folks, get ready and make sure everything's working properly so that your home is well prepared for whatever time of the season is. They can get it done at Woods Comfort Systems, and nobody does it better.
WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website. 512-842-5066 is the phone number. The farmers don't know anything. The people at Woods Comfort Systems know everything. How about that? Hey, now a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave and a word from our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
I say to our friends over at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe, I was over at last night. Yesterday, after I came out of my little machine, I went directly to Jack Allen's Kitchen and had one of their burgers, BK, made to order. And I slammed that down. I was telling them about Daymakers, and they're so excited. You know, that whole Jack Allen Kitchen, their whole family is so excited about what's going on at Daymakers. That place is getting it done right there on Mopac where the old IHOP is. They've got great breakfast. They've got great lunch. You know, I asked them, I said, so your Jack Allen's burgers, is it good as the smash burger? And Jack Allen says, they said over there, nobody's better than what they have at Jack Allen's Kitchen Burger. I'm like, I don't know. I heard about the Smash Burger being pretty good at Daymakers, but head on over to Daymakers, have a great breakfast. They're open from 7 to 3. They're not open for dinner, just 7 to 3, breakfast and brunch and lunch. That's about it. But what a wonderful, wonderful place to have your breakfast, take family over, sit at the bar. They've got 14 seats at the bar. You can have it right there. And also, you can get your drink on at 8 o'clock in the morning if you like.
Sure.
Whenever drinking opens up, they open up for it. So,
yeah. Hey,
drinking
never closes, Buck. For you, it's always closed. But for
always
some
closed,
of us, it's always open.
But for you responsible people, it's open.
For you
at Daymakers Half Day Cafe.
Yeah. Hey, I can't believe I've waited this long to crack this open. It's already 8:30.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the cherry cola.
The cherry cola OLIPOP. Had one of these at Sue Patrick the other day, and it
my
inspired
grape
me.
was delicious.
Yeah, inspired me to go to the store and get me another one. Shout out to OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. It looks like a soda can. It made that soda can sound when I opened it. It's because it is soda. But what separates OLIPOP from the other sodas that you've been drinking in the past, this stuff is actually good for you. Only 5 grams of sugar in this entire can, 9 grams of fiber in this can, plus a bunch of other ingredients that support good digestive health. So your taste buds are going to enjoy OLIPOP, but also your gut is going to enjoy OLIPOP. Next time you're at the grocery store, make sure you shop one of the 19. I think they're up to 20 flavors now of OLIPOP.
Hey, that's why it made it so easy when I had to give myself an enema because I've been drinking that OLIPOP. I haven't been putting a bunch of sugar in my belly.
It'll regulate your system too with all that fiber.
So insertion was easy. Thank you, OLIPOP.
Yeah, I don't think they want you saying that.
Oh, why?
You inserting random items into your rectum is not what they're looking for.
Oh, really? That's not good sponsorship. I had good stuff in me. Came out very easily. And if I've been drinking can you imagine if I was drinking a bunch of Coca-Cola and that kind of crap?
Drink OLIPOP and you'll get an ass tsunami.
I
don't think that's what they're looking for.
That's not their slogan.
I'll ask them after the show. I'll reach out to the team over there and say, hey, is it okay if we start? I got a hunch they won't respond and they might not let us talk about them anymore.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. All right. So plenty of other football happenings this weekend. Buck, let's get your gold star locks for the weekend here, and then that'll spearhead our conversation talking about some of the other big games in the SEC and a little NFL action as well. Quick update for the people. You were not here yesterday, and you did not text me a pick for the Thursday night football game, so nothing there. You're coming off a great week. You were down 200,000 units at this time a week ago, and you got it all back. So you are even money. It is a clean slate for you going into week 3 of college football and week 2 in the NFL. What do you have for the people?
Well, the college games I have for the people, University of Illinois. Once again, big numbers again this week. They're playing, where are they playing? It's like Central Michigan or somebody like that.
Western
Michigan, who's 0-2. They're playing them at home. And that's a huge line, but I don't care. That's a 50,000 unit play on the Fighting Illini at home.
Okay, they are 27.5 point home favorites against the Broncos.
No problem. My next one is, that's right, one of my sleepers from way back, the University of Pittsburgh. That's right. The Panthers, the Pitt Panthers, going to Morgantown. I watched the Morgantown group play last week. They're awful. I'm going to put another 50.
Rich Rod's bad?
He's bad. He should stay where he was, wherever he was. Maybe he was at Texas, El Paso or somewhere in California, I believe. Okay, Pittsburgh. I'll take Pittsburgh for another 50,000 unit play.
Okay, they are 7.5 point favorites on the road. That's a rivalry game, sir. The backyard brawl.
Who cares? That's no rival. The guys in West Virginia are no good.
Okay.
And here's another 50,000 unit play. Go other UT. Go Vols. Sorry about that, Georgia. You go down this week.
You are putting 50,000 units against Georgia?
Yes.
Oh, no, sir. What are you doing to yourself?
That's an easy play right there.
Easy play.
Easy play. That 50,000 unit play is easy.
Okay.
In Knoxville, big win for the Knoxvillers.
They're underdogs, too. You're getting 3.5 points, just so you know.
Thank you very much. And my next 50,000 unit play, the Philadelphia Eagles. Sorry about that, Kansas City. Sorry about that, Pat Mahomes. That'll be 3 straight losses for Mahomes.
Who is Mahomes going to be throwing the ball to?
Taylor Swift, I guess.
Honestly, they could use her. And yeah, Jalen Carter is playing for the Eagles in that game, proving that spitters always win, I guess.
Yeah, I was really still surprised at that. Not even a 1-game suspension. That's kind of nasty. They figured out that was enough. Hey, it's football. As long as you don't stab somebody, I guess you're okay.
I guess so. Well, they let stabbers in the league too. Don't forget about that.
That's true.
They let Aaron Hernandez and Ray Lewis play a lot of years in football. The Eagles are favored at Arrowhead.
Yes.
Wow, Mahomes is not an underdog very often. I wonder the last time he's been a home underdog, but Philly
He's never lost 3 straight games.
All right, big test.
Yeah, so I'm taking to Philadelphia for 50,000 unit play.
Okay.
Then I'm going to stay in the NFL, and these are 25,000 unit plays. The Ravens, after last week.
Okay, they're playing the Browns, right?
Yes. Sorry, Joe Flacco, you're not going to get away with anything this week.
Do you know the line in that game?
It's like 11, or is it 12?
I see 11.5.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm going to take the Lions bounce back. They need to for 25,000 unit play.
All right.
The Cardinals for 25 at home.
The Cardinals?
Yes.
You were so impressed by their 7-point win against the crappy Saints that you're betting on them, huh?
Well, who are they? Aren't they playing somebody crappy again this week at home?
Who did Arizona pay off to get New Orleans and Carolina in their first 2 games?
I love that bet. That's a great start to the season there.
Okay, that's the easiest 2-0 of all time right there.
And then my last play, the Dallas Cowboys.
Whoa!
25,000 unit play.
How about that?
Sorry about that, Cowboys fan.
Thanks, Romo. Appreciate that. 25,000 units. Hey, the Cowboys, they don't lose to the Giants very often.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jerry.
And that's going to be the end. That'll be the end of the Russell Wilson experiment before that game ends.
Yeah, I wonder if Russell Wilson's going to survive the game, right? Like, the Cowboys should dominate the Giants. The Giants are so bad. And like if the Cowboys are up 17-3 in the second quarter, which is my hope, I hope it's one of those games where Cowboys fans can just like lean back, kick your feet up on the couch, and just relax with your ice cold Altstadt beer like that. It should be one of those games for Dallas on Sunday. And if it does turn into that, do we see the NFL debut of Jackson Dart?
Yeah, I think that's going to happen during this game. Yeah.
I feel like it's a matter of when, not if, right?
Yeah, hell, I don't even know if it could happen in the beginning, but I thought I heard Dayball say that no, Russell Wilson's still going to start.
Yeah, Wilson is starting this game on Sunday, so that's good news for the Cowboys. Like I don't know if Jackson Dart's any good. Nobody really does. I do know that Russell Wilson's not very good, so I'll take that. All right,
yeah, and so that's it. That's all I need to give you. That's plenty right there.
So 3 college games and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the NFL.
Yeah.
You have a smooth 300,000 units on the line.
Yeah, we go up big this week.
It could be a big week for you.
And that Tennessee one is the real big one.
Well, let's dive in because it's a perfect segue to a little SEC weekend preview. That's the biggest game. There's like 4 or 5 awesome games involving SEC teams. Most of them are SEC versus SEC. And then, of course, you've got the Aggies going up to South Bend to take on Notre Dame. But Georgia, Tennessee, college game day is in Knoxville tomorrow. Georgia's beaten Tennessee 8 years in a row. Yep. Why are you still confident that this is the year the Vols turn things around?
I think their recruiting is now kind of caught up to, they've recruited well for a while. I think their recruiting is really, they can lose a quarterback. This quarterback's playing phenomenal. And I think the guys that they lost on defense, I don't see much of, we've had to replace this or replace that. They play pretty well on defense too. And we'll see what the Georgia quarterback has to offer on the road. And I like Tennessee's defense against that quarterback.
Yeah, it's the biggest test of the careers for either quarterback, right? Like Gunnar Stockton's played in some big games. He played against Texas in the SEC title game. He played.
Always seems to be at home or in Atlanta or somewhere like that.
Yeah, he hasn't played a true road game yet, so it always seems that way because it is that way. So I mean, that crowd's going to be insane tomorrow.
Yes.
They're doing the checkered out bit or the ugly ass orange and the white every other section. And yeah, that's the toughest environment that he's ever played in, no question. And then for Joey Aguilar, who's looked very good for Tennessee, he has never seen a defense like Georgia. I mean, this is a quarterback who transferred in from the Fun Belt. They don't have Georgia in the Fun Belt, I don't think. So
no, really, Georgia's defense. I had numbers last week. I guess they were okay.
I mean, they only gave up 7 points. Their offense has been sluggish. Here's the thing: people have to stop caring about what Georgia does against bad teams. You talk about a team that plays down to its competition. Kirby Smart is 0-14 covering the spread against teams that Georgia's a 38-point favorite against or more.
That's why he's always had to come up with little gimmicks, and they hate us, and it's just us against the world stuff.
Everyone's like, well, they didn't look good against Matthew McConaughey and Marshall a couple weeks ago.
Right.
They didn't look good against Austin Peay last week, and they didn't. But it's like they always they never blow those teams out. And then what do? Well, they play good teams and they win all the time because they're Georgia. So look, if you're picking Tennessee, that's fine. I'm not faulting you for that. I've heard way too much of, they didn't cover against, they never cover those games, and then they beat everybody else that they play who's good. So you got to come up with a little something better than that if that's your best argument. Which,
no,
again,
my best argument is that I think the quarterback is going to find that crowd there to be just a little too much and that defense to be a little too much.
All right. Yeah, Tennessee's looked pretty good. I mean, they didn't play anybody last week. They took it to Syracuse in week 1. Now, Syracuse needed overtime to beat UConn in a comeback effort last week.
Yes.
So I don't know if they're all that good.
Yeah, and they've got a great coach.
They got a great coach, apparently. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm picking Georgia in this game. It's a lot of it is I don't bet against Georgia. And I do wonder if there's some sort of mental block. By the way, the last 3 games in Knoxville between these two teams, Georgia has killed Tennessee. The games haven't been close. So that road atmosphere has not been an issue for Kirby Smart coached teams.
Let me ask you this. What is the Vandy, South Carolina line?
That line has been moving so much throughout the week. I'm going to pull it up right now. I know it was like 4.5 yesterday. It's at 3.5. It's at 3.5 now, but it opened at 7. It has gone all the way down to 3.5.
I'll take 25,000 units on South Carolina.
Going with the
I got to see their quarterback be a little bit more accurate. I know he can run. I know he's elusive, but I need to see his accuracy. And I'm not, Cinderella there, and they're a round-shouldered quarterback. Who knows?
Yeah, there are a couple of lines in the SEC that have gone way down as this week has gone on, and that's one of them. So that line's been cut in half. A lot of people buying into Diego Pavia and what he's done.
I'm not buying.
And they, again, the common opponent, that's the thing people have been pointing to. It's rare that you see a common opponent between teams for a game that's played in week 3. That's what you have. South Carolina beat Virginia Tech, but it was a neutral site game, and they didn't really pull away from them. And then last week, Vanderbilt went to Blacksburg and that was an assing in the second half.
Yeah, it was.
I think a lot of people are just looking at those two things and saying, maybe Vanderbilt's the better side here. And Vanderbilt, they've been doing a lot of talking, and they've been talking about this game a lot.
Yes.
16 straight years they've lost to South Carolina. Not just 16 straight games that spans 50 years. 16 years in a row that they have played each other, and the result has been the same every time. So they're amped up and juiced up for this.
Yeah, Vanderbilt needs to go and pick on quit messing around with South Carolina and pick on, so they need to go play the North Carolina States of the world, somebody they can pick on. Don't be messing around with South Carolina. That's going to be a nice victory for them. The Cox will get it done this week.
I don't know if anyone wants to play at NC State, and they have food trucks catching on fire. Or I guess that was at Wake Forest. Shouldn't put the blame on Raleigh for that one. That one's on Winston-Salem there.
Yes, for sure.
What weird scene that was. All right, so you're going South Carolina there?
I am, definitely.
Yeah, need to see. South Carolina has 3 superstar players, but their offensive line worries me a lot. I think them and Oklahoma have the same problem where they've got a very good quarterback. They've got a pretty talented defense, but that offensive line, they're not able to run the ball consistently. And that Vanderbilt defense looks a lot better. Clark Lee's a defensive-minded coach, and that group has improved pretty much every year. They've got to be a little more two-dimensional, I think.
When South Carolina's quarterback misses, he misses high. He's got a tendency to overthrow high when he's all jacked up. His accuracy, which leads to balls going into the safety's arms.
What a great QB matchup in this game.
I
Pavia
know.
and Sellers. Like I don't want to say the winner of this game is like Heisman front runner, but winner of this game is going to get closer to that conversation, at least just being in the mix for the Heisman Trophy. No?
Yeah, they're going to have to Pavia. They're going to have to go. He's going to have a special suit made for him
For this game?
He's not going to be able to get one right off the rack, I don't believe.
Dude, if Diego Pavia, I mean, I already think they should consider building a statue for that dude in Nashville. But if he ends up in New York, I don't care if he wins it. You got to give him a statue, don't you, for Vanderbilt?
I guess.
It's like, it's Vanderbilt we're talking here, sir.
I know.
That'd be impressive.
Like I said, we need to shut that program down.
Why do you hate the door so much? What did they ever do to you?
No, I'm sick of their little run. Their run should be over with. It'll end this week.
I'm a Vandy guy now. I have to be.
Oh my goodness.
I'm a Vandy guy. Otherwise,
yeah, that Oregon line is huge again, but they're playing Northwestern.
Oregon
plays at Northwestern. It's liable to be 10 degrees up in that Chicago area.
Yeah, classic Big Ten rivalry between Oregon and Northwestern.
That doesn't seem right. How
about 80 degrees? Chance of rain tomorrow in Evanston.
They're praying for that in Evanston for sure.
28.5 is the line I see.
One of the most non-exciting places to go play a football game is at Northwestern.
Why? Too much media coverage with all the journalists there?
Just nothing. No. Nothing of a stadium. Never has been a stadium. It's like bleacher seats.
Aren't they building a new one?
I don't know. They may have fixed that up since I was at Illinois, obviously. It's been a long, long time. But that used to be that was just an awful grass field. It was junk.
Yeah, this is the last year of the old one. They've got a new one in the works. That's
oh my God, they've been still sprouting that old field. My God.
I guess. I mean, it's Northwestern football, dude.
Well, yeah,
they fired their coach. Oh my God. Like this is a big problem with sports media, and we're a part of this, I guess, although we weren't spending much time talking about this story. Remember when Pat Fitzgerald got fired?
Oh yeah, they had to pay for all those lawsuits.
All of those allegations that he was abusing players and there was crazy hazing going on and he knew everything about it, but he did nothing to stop it. Remember that? Everyone started smearing Fitzgerald's name and smearing it in the mud, kicking him in the dirt. He gets fired. And then like a month ago, wasn't a big story because that's not how we operate. It came out that he actually knew nothing. He won all of the lawsuits against the school. They had to settle and pay him. Yeah, he won everything. Like they didn't prove that he knew anything that was going on there. They didn't prove any of the abuse stuff that he was doing. It was all
they found that dude guilty before they even started.
That's the court of public opinion. It's now guilty until proven innocent, Buck. That's how it works. And that is that's maybe one of the greatest players they've ever had and just the greatest people they've had with that entire program. One of the few guys who ever made them relevant.
The success that they were having.
And they canned them. And then they released some half-ass statement like, oh, we're kind of sorry. We wish Fitzgerald all the best. It's like they should be cursed forever.
And they paid millions of dollars in lawsuits to players.
Yeah. Yeah, it was dumb. It was all dumb. What about this Aggie game, Buck? A&M at Notre Dame.
Kind of hard to root for or against either. It's hard to definitely root for either one of those. That's going to be tough. I'm definitely not rooting for Notre Dame.
Why are you pretending to hate the Aggies? We've heard you talk about A&M on this show. You love.
I'm rooting for Texas A&M to beat them. Yes.
There you go. All right. So it's not hard for you to root for one.
No. It's easy enough to root for the Aggies in this one. I want them to be good until that certain date in October.
What's in October?
When Texas plays.
Oh, we play on Black Friday, dude.
Who cares?
Who cares? I'm wondering what you're talking about. The A&M, the Texas A&M game is not in October.
It's in November. I'm sorry.
All right, just making sure you're getting your teams right here.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Day after Thanksgiving, and hopefully they're undefeated.
It's okay. So you want them to win. Do you think they do win tomorrow? They're 6.5-point dogs, by the way. They played last year in College Station. A lot of differences. Connor Wigman was the quarterback for A&M in that game. It was close for a while, but Notre Dame pulled away and won by 10.
I don't know if they'll win by 10. I think Notre Dame will win.
Notre Dame's had 2 weeks to prep for this game, too. They didn't play in week 2.
Yeah, Marcel Reed's playing a little bit better. I mean, he hadn't made a substantial jump, but they can run the ball. They got some pretty good runners, and that defensive line's pretty good.
A&M, they're 2-0. They're 0-2 against the spread. They don't cover spread. They've lost 7 straight against the spread.
Don't like that. Yeah, I think Notre Dame wins the game.
I think they are 3-11 in their last 14 road games. And Cole Thompson, who was filling in for you yesterday, Buck, he had this stat. A&M has not beaten a team on the road that has finished the year in the top 25 since 2014. A&M has not beaten a team on the road that has finished the year in the top 25 since 2014. So I still think even if Notre Dame loses tomorrow, they'll finish in the top 25 when the year is done. So that could change that stat. But it goes to show. I mean, that's pre-Jimbo. That's Pudgy Summy days, Buck.
Yeah, it is. And that team's got a little bit of an explosion now at wide receiver too.
Yeah,
to go along with their quarterback.
They've got explosion against UTSA and Utah State. Do they have explosion against Notre Dame? I don't know.
I think they'll score some points. Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
I just think Notre Dame will find a way to win with touchdown Jesus and all that right there. Sure. Win by a field goal or whatever.
All right. I'll be pulling for Notre Dame. This is an easy one for me.
What?
I think most Longhorn fans will be pulling for Notre Dame.
I think Longhorn fans are pulling for the Aggies on this one.
No, I don't. I think you're the only person wearing burnt orange who is rooting for A&M. I don't know how you can say that. You're wearing a Sue Patrick, Texas shirt and a hat, and you're saying you're rooting for the Aggies. What is wrong with you?
Want them to be as good as possible.
I want them to be as bad as possible. I know that.
Them and OU. Hey, OU too. Keep winning, OU.
It's going to be unbearable tomorrow. If A&M wins, they have a bye week next week. So the next 2 weeks, all the talk is going to be how A&M is going to make the playoff this year. That's what you're rooting for. You're rooting for that, just so you know.
No, I'm not rooting for that part. No.
Well, you're rooting to hear people talk about A&M being a playoff team for the next 2 weeks. That is what's going to happen because their schedule is not very difficult.
Who's OU playing this week? Who do they get to slap around?
Remember, they're in Philly taking on Temple.
Oh, my God. That's right. Temple. They're a 23-point favorite. Why am I not putting any money on – if OU doesn't go there and score 50 on Temple – it's probably raining this time of the year in Philly. It'll probably be raining.
It's 23.5 is the number I'm seeing right now.
I mean, is that a little too much? No.
You tell me.
I'm not going to touch that game.
All right. Wow, confidence in the Owls, huh?
I have no confidence in the Owls, but.
All right. Well, there you go. Any thoughts on Cowboys-Giants on Sunday before we end with a couple of funny videos for the people?
I'm excited for the Cowboys again. I'm excited for the Cowboys to have a really good game. And the Giants, this will be the last year for Brian Daboll. That'll be it for him.
Yeah, I wonder if he makes the year.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is going to, like I said, I don't think he's going to wait very long to pull the trigger on getting Russell Wilson out. I really don't.
Big game for both teams. If the Cowboys lose this game and they start 0-2 in the division, I'm going to start looking ahead to the 2026 NFL draft, Buck.
I would agree.
I don't think they're going to lose this game. Dak Prescott has won 14 in a row against the Giants.
Wow.
That is insane. I think that's like tied for the second longest streak of all time.
Like only putting 25,000 units on that.
And Cowboys have won 15 of their last 16 against the Giants. The only loss in that time was an Andy Dalton start for Dallas. Remember him?
Oh, I remember that dude.
No Deron Bland for Dallas. He got hurt in practice on Monday. Of course, he gets paid, and that's what happens. That's why.
What about the cornerback? Is he playing?
Well, he is the cornerback. Are you talking Trayvon Diggs?
Yeah, is he playing?
Yeah, Diggs will be out there. The only test, the only potential problems the Giants possess, their defensive line is awesome.
Yeah, they got some big old. You talking about run stoppers?
Dexter Lawrence still there in the middle. They drafted Abdul Carter out of Penn State with the 3rd pick. He looks good. He blocked a punt in his NFL debut last week. They got Brian Burns, who's been one of the best edge rushers in the game. He's a former top 10 pick.
They're pretty good in the middle too with the linebackers.
Yeah, that's a good. That D line is really good. So it'll be a test for all the Tylers up front for Dallas. But their secondary is awful. Their quarterback play is not good. Their running backs are not good. The
No.
Cowboys, I'm a little surprised the Cowboys are only 5.5-point favorites, honestly. Like
I am too.
I'll be disappointed if they don't cover this line. This should be a pretty easy win for Dallas, but we will see. All right. A couple more sponsor shout outs, Buck, and then we got a few funny vids for the people before we hand things off to the boys from Chaos Theory.
So our friends over at Hat Creek Burger, of course, is this is a great Friday to go on over to Hat Creek Burger, grab yourself a lunch, grab yourself a double with cheese, fries, get yourself one of those banana pudding shakes that they have over there and enjoy it. And mom and dad, if you're there this evening, why not have a nice cocktail while you're hanging out with the kids? Not on the playscape, but at the playscape. You don't need to be on the playscape with the kids if you had a mimosa or any of that at Hat Creek. But they do serve drinks at some of their locations. They also serve breakfast at some of their locations, folks, and that starts at 7 a.m. But do say hello to our good friends over at Hat Creek Burgers. Love the taste of their burgers at Hat Creek. BK, 25 locations throughout the state, started right here in Austin, Texas.
Amen. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. Our buddy Mike McCall and his great team at McCall Custom Homes can hook up your home. New kitchen, new bathroom, new life for your outdoor space. Maybe you have a growing family that needs a growing home. Don't buy and sell and deal with all that. Just upgrade your current spot. You bought it for a reason. You love it. Let McCall Custom Homes upgrade your space. They've been doing it for 40 years here in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. Just find them online, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Free estimates for TSU listeners right now. Or you can reach out to Mike McCall himself, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right. Couple funny videos for the people here, Buck. I figured you'd get a kick out of this one first, and then we'll bring a local story into the fold here. I just saw this online, and I figured it's worth showing. So the first one will have sound, and then we've got slow-mo with no sound. When's the last time you've been to a bowling alley, Buck?
It's been a few years, probably about 10, 15 years.
10, 15 years since you've gone bowling?
Since I've gone bowling, yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's been years for me, plural. I would say like maybe 3 or 4 for me. But it's kind of fun. It's a good activity, right? Should be
I suggest a lot of you golfers take up that and get off my golf courses.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Why is that?
Oh, it's just a good, summertime sport where you're out there and I'm behind you and you're taking forever and you're bending over putts and laying down on the putting surface. At the bowling alley, you just drink another beer and just roll it down. It comes right back to you. You don't have to do anything. You don't hold anybody up.
You're just chilling out there. It's a little cheaper to go bowling than it is to play golf, too.
Yes, it is.
That works. Well,
it's a great drinking sport.
Great drinking sport. But it's a non-contact sport, right? Like,
yeah, it should be.
Shouldn't be a whole lot that goes wrong. It's hard to hurt yourself on the lanes, unless you're this guy.
That was that dude's head. That dude was like the.
Here it is in slow motion here. And this guy just, as soon as he throws the ball, you can tell he never regains his footing.
Damn. Oh.
He ends up crossing that line. And of course it's slick. They oil up those lanes, Buck. So it's a little slippery there. And
plus I'll tell you what, that's not a great fit with those shoes because whatever size that was, he stretched them out to the fullest.
Well, he's wearing Air Forces, dude. He's not even wearing the bowling shoes. That's why you wear the bowling shoes, so you don't eat shit like that.
Oh, man, the back of his head's got to have a lump on it.
How does this happen, dude? Bowling. How do you fall like this?
That looks like me as I go down these days.
Oh,
it does. That's how I go down. I used to be able to do the Matrix deal while I was in the air. Not now. I'm a goner. But you know what? I haven't hit the ground lately because some of my great exercises. And hey, this watch.
Saving your life, huh?
Saving my life. It hadn't helped my back not hurt, though. But, God, that hurt. That guy's head slammed against that wood floor.
Hard. And I don't know if that hat's providing a whole lot of protection there.
No, hell no. The little pieces of metal in the back are embedded in the back of his head. Bam, that's in there deep.
God, how about the guy at the start? We'll play with the sound one more time. I guess one of his buddies says fee fi fo fum at the start.
my God, that right there will knock you out, man.
Oh, yeah. He got up. He was laughing it off, and I'm sure it hurt a couple hours later and a day later. But
no, that's why you can go and have another beer at the bowling alley. You can just sit there. You don't have to bowl anymore. You just drink.
what about your fall school? Could you help this guy here? Are you still giving out classes for fall school, or are you done? Because
I'm done for right now. I'm done for the year until if I can make it through the year without hitting the ground.
okay, then you're back in.
I've gone through a couple months without a fall, so I'm almost ready to do instructions. Probably 2026.
Okay, I like that. All right, one more video here, and we can make this part of Crosstalk too in a second. Buck, there is a new club here in Austin. You've talked about being a man of the people, right?
Yes.
I think this could be another way for you to get involved with the community. You're always trying to do that.
Okay.
Interested in hearing more?
I am.
This is called Scream Club ATX. Have you heard of this?
No, I have not. Scream Club?
Scream Club ATX. And they describe themselves as Austin's newest source of stress relief. And they say it's a safe place to release stress, frustration, and anything you've been holding in. Sound like something you'd be interested in? Everybody goes through a little stress. Everybody gets frustrated at times, right? You want to release that.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm allowed to just pull that thing out and do it. They relieve that stress.
Whip that thing out.
Yeah, you can't do that. Do you actually get a chance to go in this place and scream?
What are
you said you can do anything to release stress at this place.
What are you talking about?
I'm just talking about relieving that stress, maybe.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I don't think they do that here.
No special cubicles.
What they do, they scream. That's why it's called the Scream Club. They all meet on the Pfluger Bridge over Town Lake, and they just scream. And I have to apologize to you and to the people. This is the worst sound that we are ever going to play on TSU. It's the most annoying thing that we've played to this point, and I hope and pray that it's the most annoying thing that we ever play again.
Even more annoying than my girl, Kim Mulkey?
I think so.
Wow.
It's like a 30-second video. We're not going to play the whole thing. Here is what the Austin Scream Club does, Buck. Brace yourself.
And 1, 2, 3.
They don't look like they have any stress. They're just like just a pile of idiots.
So here it is with no sound, just so you could see how many people are here. But ATX Scream Club, that is it. It's a gathering of people on one of the bridges by Town Lake near downtown. They just get together and scream.
How much does it cost to join us? Can you pick up chicks there?
There's some chicks there.
Yeah, I see.
Plenty of chicks there. Not a whole lot of talent from the ones that are being shown on camera right now, but
talented enough.
There you go. I mean, you believe in her? You a fan of her? You a fan of him?
I'm a fan of that. Yeah, you can go. It's a good place to meet somebody. Just go right up to them and just start screaming in their face.
Is that a good first impression, to just go scream right at somebody like that?
Yeah, just let them know that you want to be a part of the club by screaming right in their face.
Dude, this thing's starting to take off. That was their first meeting, but they already have more than 3,000 followers on Instagram. And their next quote-unquote meeting is this Sunday at 7 o'clock. Your chance to go, Buck.
Here's what you need to do. Take that club and go down to City Hall, City Council when they're having a meeting sometime, and walk in and let it loose in there.
Oh, do they let you in there?
Yeah, you can get, I don't know if they'll let 3,000 of them in there, but some of them have enough voice for that it'll sound like 3,000.
So you can't blame Austin for this. I mean, you can. But this didn't start in Austin. Apparently, this is a thing in some other big cities around the country. These scream clubs is kind of a viral trend now, where people like Chicago, I think, is the originator of this.
Well, they got a lot to scream about.
People are literally just getting together to scream in unison. And it's supposed to help relieve your stress, Buck.
I haven't screamed in a long time. I haven't just let one out. It's been a while.
Let's see.
I generally scream when somebody scares the shit out of me.
Double R and Wags, what y'all's thoughts on this? Maybe you've got a little bit of stress. Could be an opportunity to release some of it here. No,
go lift.
There you go, Wags. I was thinking of some other things without lifting.
Yeah, Bucky's thinking about going to the Megaplex. Is what Bucky's thinking about. He's got
some eye stress. I want to get my eye all set.
That's just a cheap excuse for people to get together and do stupid shit.
That's kind of
looks like to me. And I swear, right at the end of that thing, I think I saw Jesus Christ there. After the hot girl, I think I saw Jesus there.
Well, there was a hot girl in there.
There's one.
The rapture is coming. Don't forget, 11 days from now, guys. Is
23rd, 24th, right?
Yeah,
he's
coming up.
In Pflugerville.
A couple of weeks.
They show the one nice looking girl.
Who are you talking about? Not her.
Where's the nice looking girl?
The one girl's bopping right here. She's getting there. Not quite there.
I see 6 to 12 of them in there. You see one, I see 6 to 12 of them in there.
But then right there, that's Jesus, man.
That dude's putting his hair back like he's getting ready to do something. So
spotted in Pflugerville.
Oh my
Jesus
God!
Christo.
Now this is in Austin. I guess it's called the Pfluger Bridge. I didn't know that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
See, this
I guarantee you can't go down there and scream where the bats are. You know that's not allowed.
Yeah. And you can't do that in Pflugerville. Pflugerville, you get arrested or shot.
And you said this is like going from city to city now. These things are just jumping up, huh?
They're popping up, and that was the first meeting in Austin last Sunday, and now they're doing another one again this Sunday at 7:00. So maybe this is a weekly thing.
Great.
Boy, that sucks. If you're just trying to go on like a leisurely walk down there,
that's just DAS, dumbass shit.
One thing, if you have energy, you need something to do. Why don't you pick up half the effing trash that's just
mow the grass,
right? God, if you're looking to do something,
that doesn't relieve picking up trash. Relieves
stress. Bend over, pick up. You bend over and you pick up. It relieves a whole bunch. You're breathing. You're exhaling.
Wags, I bent over yesterday.
Yeah. Whoa. How did that go?
I did that myself. I had to do that before I left. I had to I told BK, you know what is short for? Ass tsunami.
Is everything flowing well? Everything good?
Oh, I had to do that myself before I left. So I had to lay down in the bathroom, get a towel, and lay on the towel on the bathroom floor and insert that myself and squeeze that bottle into me. Remember, my wife said,
hold on, you have to you got to lay down and do this?
Well, yeah, you don't sit up. The water would come gushing out if you stood up. So you had to go sideways, put your thumb in your left thumb in your mouth, and then take on your left side, and then kind of insert that little bottle, that little squeeze.
I told
you,
you
got to be so uncomfortable.
You should have just put it on a green dildo. Put it on a green dildo and sit on it.
Dude, I got every bit. That thing was dried up by the time I was done squirting. I got it all in there.
Did you go all in one? Did you just go?
Oh no, it rushed up. It rushed up in there. Once I hit the bullseye, like the dartboard guy. Once I hit the bullseye, I just squished, and it was all out. And I capped it back up, put it in a paper bag. I think I put it in a paper bag and put it in my car. And I was going to dump it somewhere. It may be still in my car.
Hold on. You put a bag of shit in your car?
It wasn't a bag. No, I'm talking about the tube thing. I think I put it and I tied it, but I think I put it in the bag.
I've got some air fresheners if you need them for your car.
Oh, no. I haven't gone out
free giveaways that I give out.
I think I would have to have someone administer it for me because I think the sensation of it and me doing it myself.
Come on over.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, yeah. My administrator said, I'm not your mama. I'm not doing that.
That's right. I ain't your mama. Get on in
I'm
there,
not
lay
your mama.
sideways.
That really hurt me too, by the way. She doesn't know how much that hurt my feelings.
I heard that quiver in your voice right there.
It's not like popping a zit for you on your back or something. This is totally, I guess, this is what makes this so different.
Would you have done it for her?
Maybe he has.
Okay, now the hesitation has me a little bit concerned, Buck.
If I knew that was a medical and why, yes, I think I would have.
I would do it too. I think not for my wife. I would definitely do it too. And that's usually what I always get my wife with. Like, when she always says no, or like when I ask her for a special favor, and I always come back with, "Hey, I'd do it for you. If you really wanted to do it for me, I'd do it for you."
Yeah, I would get the answer of, "Yeah, but you're stupid. You do anything." That's what would come back at me. "Yeah, but you're stupid." No, it was okay. But you know what it takes, Roddy? It takes that stuff when it goes in you. It takes less than 3 minutes.
It's quick. Yeah.
And it goes through you, and it must just churn and churn and churn. I mean, if you wanted to lose weight, man, that would be the deal there. You do that a couple times a week.
That's why people do the injection stuff, because you inject yourself and it's like, boom, there you go. And it takes care of things. Very
yeah,
look out, world, because here I come.
14 hours before I'd taken 2 of those little laxative, those little pills, Ducalax. I didn't do nothing.
Ducalax.
Dulax or whatever it's called.
Hey, y'all, with that Scream Club, did y'all see? Well, I know that several people have passed away here lately, but did y'all see who passed away the other day that used to scream something very famous?
Who's that?
Kiss my grand!
I'll do it again.
Kiss my grand!
Oh, that lady?
Remember Flo?
Flo is dead. She died?
From Mel's Diner?
Polly Holiday?
Polly Holiday.
Oh,
how do you know that? Like, I don't even know who the hell he's talking about. How do you know
Castleberry? She came on Mel's Diner.
Wags never watched. Wags never watched that stuff. He's never seen Hee Haw. He's never seen.
We only had 3 channels.
Kiss my grand!
He's never watched Andy Mayberry. He's never seen any of that kind of stuff.
I believe Polly Holiday is also responsible for this line.
Where are the white women at?
That is not. That's Mel Brooks.
That's not her.
That's Mel Brooks.
Oh,
that's Mel Brooks' line.
All of those. I watched all of those shows.
That's a good show, Alice. Yeah, I like that. Polly Holiday. She did a lot of different things. I mean, she was in like what was that movie with Lindsay Lohan where she was the 2 kids? The Parent Trap. She did the Parent Trap. She was in that one. Yeah, Polly. She did a lot. Yeah. Oh, Flo. Hell of a waitress.
R.I.P. R.I.P. Would you guys? Would y'all do the enema thing for me?
Of course. You're my dog, man. You're my dog.
Man,
I'm gonna have to look away. I'm gonna have to get it correct the first time because I'm turning away. Once I start squeezing,
I'd get up in there real deep, like,
Would you? Wags would put on catches.
Probably lift his one leg up,
Bucky. And everything.
You know what I mean? Lift his one leg up, get on in there. Hey, man, I got you.
Oh,
yeah.
No, BK. If you got limber, you're young enough. You can do that yourself.
I think I'm with Buck here. I think I'm gonna have to pass on that.
Yeah,
man. Like, you're my guy and everything, but I feel like I ain't your mama.
Yeah, but I'll just say this, BK. If you and I spend like a year in the woods and we're lost in the forest, but you need to have that done, I'd do it then after a year. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, man.
That was going to be our next TSU team building activity.
There you go.
Well, sign me up. I'm all about team building. I'm all about mandatory fun. No, I mean, it's hypothetical. It would depend. If you're dying, sure, I'd do it. I'd shove it up there.
They come in 2-packs. And when the lady at HEB said, "Would you like our brand or the one that's known?" I said, "The one that says Fleet on it." I said, "I've seen that before." I said, "Your brand that you guys are making up in the back of the room over there, I don't think so."
Somebody snotted, and I'm good.
Hey, when they said HEB brand, I was like, "No, there's got to be Johnson and Johnson or something." But I'm not doing HEB brand.
I don't want no Hill County Fair. None of that.
No.
Remember in the old days when you would go? For one thing, you remember the old days when we had the blue law? Remember when in Texas they would put the blue stuff you couldn't buy on Sunday?
Yeah.
But you would go, and it was like the movie stuff where it's like you wanted to buy a cola, and it said cola on the can, or beer.
Oh, yeah.
A white
Oh,
can
no, I never know.
beer. That's it.
Huh.
Generic, all the generic stuff.
Yeah,
I know.
the days of Schaefer Light.
I'm a brand loyalist. Always have been.
All right. Real quick, guys. Don't forget pregame show tomorrow at Schultz Garden. Kickoff at 3:15. So our show will be from 12:45 to 2:45. So if you're making your way down to the stadium tomorrow, come by, tailgate with us. Plenty of food, plenty of beer, plenty of football on the TVs, and come hang with us. tomorrow.
That'd be great.
See you
That's
there.
going to be great. Hopefully, I'm been able to walk and make it. So
I
we'll
might
see how my
bring
day goes.
might bring this relax the back roadie chair so you've got something
Dude,
comfortable
it is
tomorrow.
just this is going to be fun walking up the stadium steps of Lake Travis tonight.
Ooh, do you need a donut seat?
No. This is for my back. This is after being an MRI.
Okay.
machine.
I
like
thought we were going with the special seat
Oh
because
no,
of the
no.
animal.
This is a real back issue, like the real thing. So.
Are they still playing it? Are they still
We
playing
go
at
all
Cavalier?
over the place in 10 minutes. I have no idea what we're doing. You know what I mean?
Are they still playing at Cavalier Stadium? I thought that they had to play at
This is the last game, Rodney. This is the Knights, the Mums. We were talking about the Mums today. How about those things? Those. Did you start that? Did you start that tradition, Rod? Did you start that tradition here in the state?
Yeah, it was years ago when I was in high school. I gave a girlfriend just some like rose that I cut off somebody's bush, and next thing I know, the Mums are out of control. It's all my fault.
Oh my God!
It's all my fault.
That's tonight, brother.
Oh Lord!
All right, we'll let y'all get to it. Good to see you, Wags. Glad you're feeling better.
Guys,
I'm still a little under the weather, but
we'll be listening. We'll be
Thank you,
listening.
man. Appreciate it. Yeah, welcome in, everybody, to another edition of Chaos Theory. A little under the weather, but we're getting by, man. A little the vomiting's done, thankfully. Still got a little bit of a headache, and you can push through with a headache. Just when the nausea's there, it gets a little rough. Gets a little rough seas, man. But welcome into another edition of Chaos Theory. I'm Wags. That's double R. Find me on Twitter at find me on Twitter at Not the Fake Wags, and then on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. My partner in crime's on InstaFace at _Rodney R, and then on Brand X at the Rodney, the Rodney R. 512-222-9328 is that code of text line. Hit us up if you're out and about, if you're mobile. And then smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Yeah, you can tell, man. It's still getting a little bit of the drainage coming out of me a little bit. Double R. Where do you want to go first, man? But completely transparent. I'm not even ready for top 5.
It's all good. It's all
been
good.
in bed.
Honestly, I forgot it too. For once, I actually have it memorized, but that's all right. We get to that whenever. You know, the other thing that I never understood with the Scream Club, and I won't spend a lot of time on this, that I thought was really stupid. Did you ever see those things? And I think they probably still do them. And I had some friends that wanted to do this. What are they? The flash mob.
The what?
The flash mob, where it was like you'd go to the mall or you do whatever, and all these people come up and they just start dancing or doing some shit, a lot like what we just saw.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They used to do that shit at Times Square, like it would just be like a whole bunch of people, or it would be a crowded scene, and then all of a sudden, just at a certain time, would they freeze, or would they go into an actual duet, or not? It wouldn't be a duet. Would they go into an actual number of a musical?
Yeah, I think a lot of people would do like the Thriller. You know, all that bullshit. So I always thought that was so. I mean, whatever. I get where it's like you want to hang out and be with people, and that too is like. And Lord knows we need things where people are doing civil things together. It seems kind of corny. But thinking about it now, maybe I need to take that back and say, well, maybe people need to do more flash mobs and not do.
No, I'm all right. I think I'm going to skip on the flash mob.
Yeah. The Harlem Shake. Thank you, CB. That was another one where people would all get together and do y'all did one at the Horn.
What's the one where people get around and they go to a party, or they go to a concert or whatever, but they're wearing headphones? Like that.
That's like
that's nuts. Like that to me, that's just like, hey man, one, are you even talking to anybody? I'm sure you are. You're conversing, or you're probably socializing somehow. But it just seems wild to have your earbuds in or your headphones on and I'm listening to your own selective music instead of going and having a shared moment, though. I don't know. We're getting creative. I appreciate the creativity, but I mean, let's let's kind of be social, like you were talking about.
When we were in Mexico, and apparently this is something, because I'm so out of touch with everything, and my wife is very much in touch with everything. I mean, my wife, when I'm traveling, hell, I'm home and they're doing like a girls trip in Oklahoma. You know, she's off living her best life, and honestly, I'm living my best life too. Because
that's what I'm saying. Like I'm done.
But it's like they do this thing where it's like headphone karaoke or some shit, and I'm like, oh, what is that? I don't know. I didn't hang around.
I think we should have a TSU karaoke night, though. Sign me up.
I think we should.
Next time we have a get together, have a karaoke DJ there. Put me on point,
dude. I've done that before. I can do that. I can be the karaoke DJ. I mean,
you got like all the sound. You got the catalog.
I don't have the catalog
Can
anymore.
you put the words up on the screen?
No, I don't have that part anymore. I had that part and then I sold it when I was trying to not do that shit anymore.
Okay.
Usually
you
these
have
days,
done it all, dude. You really have done it all.
These days, if people want me to do it, what I usually do is I show up with a computer and a cable and a mixer and the speakers and all that, and we'll just do YouTube. And I'll try to turn the vocals down as much as possible, and you sing along to it. So
we got to if we're gonna have an actual karaoke party, we got to have a legit official.
There it is. Silent disco.
There it is.
So
I was getting ready to say cafe disco, but it's not cafe disco.
Yeah,
cafe disco is from The Office.
So only you hear the music and you sit there and you dance, and I'm assuming it's different music to make people laugh at shit that's probably not funny.
I guess.
Anyway,
where you want to go first, dude?
Wags, let's kind of touch on this game tomorrow, because I heard the conversation
You want to
earlier.
do Thursday night football? Okay.
Oh well, yeah. No, I forgot about that. Here's Thursday night football. The Green Bay Packers are really good.
Yeah, so you might have been on your crystal ball might have been very, very, very clear. And I was just cloudy as hell, right? Like, and maybe they've come on so slow. That 8 ball talking to you, huh? Maybe they've come on so slow for me, or just the creep, right? That or it's the quiet creep, right? That they've done. Okay, they haven't been making a lot of noise, but just fractionally climbing their way up to the top of the NFC North. And I think they might be at the apex right now, with the coordinators on both sides of the ball, with Detroit, exiting stage right, and them trying to find, a little more synergy or whatever. It looks to be like, Detroit might have regressed just a little bit, or taken a step back, and then had, the door of opportunity open for Green Bay to kind of take it. And they did. They not only that, it looks like they kind of slammed the door shut. If we're talking about Washington, being a conference contender, I would say that they'll probably be in the last 8 of the NFC, and along with Green Bay, right? This might be a little bit of a preview of what we're going to see in postseason. But ultimately, Green Bay looked fantastic last night. And with the addition of Micah Parsons, I know it's sore news still for all you Dallas fans, but yeah, it looks like that's going to be a happy, or they're in the honeymoon stages right now anyway. So everything's going to look happy, right? But yeah, the defense is flown. Jordan Love looks like he's starting to just, ascend to the next level of his quarterback play, or his quarterback hierarchy. There's a lot to like about Green Bay, man. And if you're the NFC, if you're, the rest of the 3 teams in the NFC North, you got to be a little bit shitting in your britches here, thinking that, Green Bay's back, because they got a good ground and pound, right? Jacobs is pretty damn nasty. And then also, like I just mentioned, the aforementioned Love, him being able to connect, and barely missing with Golden last night too. But if they would have connected, he's got his deep threats, right? It's there, and we've seen what he's been able to do to work inside the hashes. This is a legit contender, man. I don't know why I didn't see it in the preseason. It took me 2 weeks to get through it, but Green Bay's here to play, man.
Yeah, man. I thought that Green Bay would ascend. I thought that Green Bay was kind of on the rise, and I do think, and it's very early in the season that Detroit is going to take a few steps back, because when you lose the caliber of coordinator and Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson that you lose right there, things are going to change up a little bit. But when you see what the Packers have come out in the first 2 weeks and just absolutely dominated 2 of the best teams.
Souls is all over it right here, Double R.
Yeah.
Golden age too. Golden age for Green Bay.
Should be best teams in the NFC, and Green Bay has just manhandled them. And oh, by the way, now you got some dude named Tucker Kraft that just comes and balls out last night. You target him 7 times.
Tucker's been there. Tucker's been there for a couple of seasons, man.
Yeah.
He's been there since the days of Aaron Rodgers. But it looks like Love has just found a really good security blanket, or has found his blankie, man. Like and that's just it. When the deep threat's not there, he's working the hashes, man.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen it firsthand. Gunnar Helm, Jake Endries. I mean, we see it right here. But it's like you watch the Packers, and it is a Micah Parsons thing. And you want to talk about, did you hear the thank you, Jerry chants last night? I mean, it's like, thank you, Jerry. You're becoming the ass of the joke now, Jerry Jones, making that move.
I had the sound down. Who was on the play call last night?
Who would that have been?
Was it Herbie?
It's Al Michaels and
Michaels and Herbie.
No, Herbie. Yeah. Herbie.
Yeah. I had I don't mind listening to them, but I had the sound down last night.
I'll tell you, man, this team is scary. You got a couple of injuries now, I guess, that could affect them, but I don't really think that this is going to slow them down, because they're just the defense is going to be just devastating, man. Devastating. And the Vikings, I think it's still a little early to judge them, and it's probably still a little too early to say that Detroit is not going to be at the caliber that they were, but they are going to come back a little bit. In Chicago, I just don't.
I think it was Green Bay's, or excuse me, I think it was Detroit's division, right? Ultimately, injuries kind of opened the door a little bit for other teams to get in there. Losing their coordinator certainly did that as well, like I just mentioned. But the Vikings, though, speaking of the other teams looking to kind of, get in there and steal the thunder of Detroit, the Vikings do have a chance. They had a question mark coming into the season, or at least I had a big question mark on them because of the season, because of J.J. McCarthy. But don't you think, after what you saw with J.J. McCarthy, and again, short film, we got short tape on J.J. in the pros, but don't you think, given with what you saw, like I have to believe that they'll just progress, they'll get better, right? Like they're going to build off of what they had. They have a two tandem running backs scheme now, right? It's not just all on Jones. Like Jordan Mason looks pretty good too.
Mm-hmm. And the thing about it, what you have to like about JJ McCarthy is, I mean, he's doing it playing from behind. I mean, he's doing it at crunch time. I mean, that was a pretty ballsy performance the other night for a dude starting in his first game coming off an injury. Yeah. So no, I think that at this point it's a 3-horse race right here, and they're going to be pretty tight, because Detroit's going to get their stuff figured out. I think, and this is now where I go back and I look at this to where it's like, just the ass beating that Green Bay put on them last week, they being Detroit. It's like, okay, had Detroit regressed that much? Are they really struggling that much without the coordinators? But to me, the Commanders looked not as polished as they did last year. And I already saw some.
Looks like they're missing some running, but it looks like they're missing a good running game.
Yeah, exactly. And,
especially now with Eckler being hurt. Too,
and that dude, oh man, those are the worst. God, those are the ones that I hate to see, when it's like when the dude just goes down. You're like, oh, I know what that is.
Like he falls right down, or the worst though I've always thought is when it's almost like a compound fracture, when somebody's using the weight to kind of tackle the running back, and the leg gets caught underneath them and it just snaps. Like the J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah.
Was it J.K. Dobbins? No. It was Matt McGahee. Excuse me.
Willis McGahee.
That shit was pretty nasty too, man.
And I'm not
another awful one.
And I'm not ready to say after that game that Jaden Daniels is going to regress, and that Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, whatever. I still firmly believe the Commanders are going to be in the heat of the battle, because you've got the other two running backs. You got Rodriguez and the guy with 3 names. That's a mouthful to say, so I'm not even going to try, because I'll be tongue tied. You still got those two guys, but the Commanders are going to be fine. What this just goes back to with that game last night is Green Bay is that good, Wags. They really are.
Yeah, they're pretty decent.
Good team. Yeah, I think if you're really going to do any semblance of what a true power ranking is, you've got to have Green Bay there. And nobody else has played this week, but we'll see. Minnesota, you get Atlanta at home. Atlanta looked a little sturdier than I thought they were going to be last week, but it's week 2 now. So yeah,
Washington just did not have any ground and pound there, right? Like, and that's that's the tail of the tape if I'm looking at it, and that's kind of what set Green Bay's passing attack up too, was their ability to run the ball, man. Yeah, and you can't put it on Washington. I mean, I'm sure they had to get back and lean on Daniels a little bit more than what they wanted to, man. If you don't have balance on the running game, it's pretty tough, especially to go up against, you just mentioned a defense like Green Bay they were good before they got Parsons, right? They were pretty good before they got Parsons. And now, not just the rushing attack is stout. Now they have the ability to get after you on the edge too. So yeah. If those of you guys that took some money out and took a flyer on Green Bay, not that it would be a flyer, but those of you guys that put some money on Green Bay, it looks like you're in a pretty good ship, man. And I see some of your all's comments there. Washington will be fine. No, I agree with that. I still think they're probably the second best team in the NFC East. I think it's going to be trouble when it gets to the postseason or whatever, and they have to see Green Bay again, or if they see Green Bay again. I feel like I sold Green Bay short in the preseason, not thinking that they would be juggernauts. They're there after what I saw last night. I know it's only week 2, but the addition of Micah Parsons and might just be, a prisoner of the moment right now. But I think Green Bay is pretty damn tough.
This is really looking like
Washington's a good defense too, though. That's what we need to realize as well. Washington's got a pretty good stout defense as well.
This is looking like Baltimore or Buffalo and Green Bay. It is. I know we're in week 1.5, but when you look at just the balance and you look at the domination of these teams, and what is that? Great defense. It's great.
Well, I don't know if Buffalo and Baltimore have great defense anymore.
That's
right.
Good point.
Like Baltimore used to be known for their defense. I don't know if their defense is still pretty stout, but I don't know if they're great. Like, I don't know if they used to have championship defense. I don't know if they have championship defense anymore.
And that's where I think that Green Bay can be even scarier, because like we're talking about with Matthew Golden and Jordan Love, and I mean, seriously, the running attack right there with Jones. I mean, that's the most undersold thing about that. That was a brilliant move that they made to get that dude in there.
Oh, Jacobs.
Jacobs, I'm sorry.
Jones, it was Jones.
It was Jones. Yeah, Jacobs. It's like they're just getting started, Wags. When we're talking about building cohesion and all that, Green Bay is just getting going and still looked pretty damn productive last night on offense. But when you got that defense to lean on,
Golden got 2 targets last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. And the NFC now,
they got to get him the ball. And the one deep ball they threw to him was just out of the outstretched arms of him too. So just get him involved a little bit into the offense there. I think it'll take a little bit more time. It looked definitely, Kraft is the safety blanket, the security blanket, right? To the comfort right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Jordan Love's eating right now. He's eating that comfort food. Okay. When he, gets to week 4 or whatever, hopefully by that time, like these long, deep routes with Golden should be implemented into this offense rather. Remember what we saw from Dobbs 2 seasons ago, like with his ability to hit the deep attacks, and then Reed with the deep attacks too. That's kind of what I'm envisioning with Matthew Golden, except he's got more top speed than those 2 guys. So if they were able to hit those routes with Jordan Love and those receivers, there's no reason why they can't hit those routes with Matthew Golden.
And with the NFC, with Green Bay, like we talk about Detroit, where and we get a better idea this week. I mean, here we go, game 2. We get a better read on them. Again, they're not playing Green Bay, but like you look at other contenders. I mean, with the Eagles in Kansas City, I have a feeling the Eagles are going to. The Kansas City's an underdog at home, so that'll be a fun watch. I talked about this yesterday with Stu, to where, I mean, now the 49ers, I mean, I don't know how many people had the 49ers as like a viable NFC championship contender, but now you've got Brock Purdy out, and you're
Mac Jones. You're going Mac Jones. Look at, am I seeing this right? Zach Ertz. This is 2 weeks in a row. Zach Ertz.
Yeah.
8 targets.
Yeah.
Gary Terry had 9, but still, Zach Ertz, 8 targets. And I know Washington was throwing the ball last night, but Zach Ertz on the stat sheet again, 6 receptions, 64, and a TD.
Yeah.
For a 20-yard score.
And then your man, Dabo Swinney. I mean, the Commanders are going to be fine. The Commanders are going to be fine. It's just you played a superior team. You played a much better.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're going to be at the top of the NFC, right?
No doubt.
They're going to be representing.
There's no doubt. And like you
especially
said,
if it goes through home, like if they get home field advantage, if the Packers play so good in the regular season and they get home field advantage through the postseason, that's going to make them deadly.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to play in Green Bay.
You get these teams rolling up to Lambeau in January. Maybe Philadelphia. That seems to be the path that we're on.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm excluding Philadelphia out already. Like, Philadelphia is the best damn team in the league. I'm just, like I said, prisoner of the moment.
I don't know, man.
Philadelphia is the best team in the league.
This Green Bay team, dude. It's very
Green Bay's
early.
knocking on the door. Green Bay's knocking on the door. Philly's best team in the league.
Yeah. Fun stuff to watch right there. Did you hear Rex Ryan yesterday talking about Mike McDaniel? Opposite end of the spectrum.
I heard Rex Ryan talking about Rob Ryan on USC, not Mike McDaniel, though.
From one of the best teams to probably the worst teams. This is a breakdown from Sexy Rexy about what's going on in Miami.
What the hell is he talking about? Maybe he's on a different level, McGenius guy, whatever the hell he is, nerd boy. But anyway, their team has no respect for the coach. They play like that. They're like, come on, man, get us a dang guy in here. Where's the physicality of this team? What did you say?
They're soft. They're soft.
He ain't holding back.
There you go.
I met him in Hawaii.
Oh, is that right?
At Maui Tacos, I met him and his crew when he was on the Jets. He was coaching the AFC. I met Scott Erickson too. Remember Scott Erickson? This is crazy how memories are just coming back here. Scott Erickson was a pitcher for the Minnesota Twins. Started with the Minnesota Twins and came over to the Orioles. Known for wearing black, just usually, black shoes. Nothing. Always, whenever he had a chance to wear a little bit of the team colors, he would just make it go black, just completely neutral. But yeah, I met him. I was on a bike ride with DB Sweeney, and DB Sweeney just calls up Scott Erickson and says, "Hey, Scotty, I got a fan here. You want to come here and say hi?" We stopped at his house outside of Maui on a bicycle, man. Effing wild, just weird stories, man.
I almost thought that you said that you were on a bike ride with 49ers wide receiver Dabo Swinney.
No, DB Sweeney, the actor.
Jeez,
Toby, that guy.
Good stuff. When you're watching that NFL this week, you better be doing it on your audio-visual consultation system. And if you don't have it, 255-8678, get that call in. I don't think it can get done before Sunday, but you never know, because when you call that number, you're talking to the man.
If you got cash, you might be able to make some magic happen.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
If you got cash like that dude from the Clippers that did all that underground stuff to get Kawhi paid. Did you hear that? That's only
Ballmer?
His sidekick. Now
Ballmer's sidekick? Ballmer's probably got like 4 or 5 sidekicks.
That's a mess. That's all a mess. But audiovisual consultations since 1988, here they are. It's our friends at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we would like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
That's right. Be sure to check them out, avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Also, our friends at Covert Bee Cave. It's a later game tomorrow, 3:15. Don't forget, 12:45 pregame show over at Schultz Beer Garden. Be sure and check out the guys there. But before that, if you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, take a ride out to Covert Bee Cave, and you could become one of these people.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
That's right. Always treated like family. And that one thing that they're talking about right there, service after the sale. That's the whole thing. You go and you buy that, they don't forget about you. It's like they know you. They talk about that all the time. When you're doing business with somebody and you feel like you know each other, that's a sign of a good thing. CobraBeeCave.com. Just like McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Looking for that outdoor renovation, a master bedroom, a master bath, guest bedrooms that need to be renovated. I think that's going to be next on the list here for us. There's one call to make, 512-633-9580. That is our man, Mike McCall, for over 40 years right here in Central Texas, a father-son team, and they've been doing it the right way. Check out the BBB ratings. Check out the Google reviews. You might even see old Double R's name on one of those Google reviews. That's because they are the best. It's McCall Custom Homes. Check them out, and they'll get you taken care of. Free estimates if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered when you call that number, 512-633-9580. Get that done today. Get that done as you start moving towards the end of the year. Don't buy a new property. Invest in the property that you have right now. Equity. Equity is important. You have equity in your home. You have McCall Custom Homes come out and they add value to your home. That's what you want to do. And that's exactly what they do. We build value into your home. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out today. Good stuff right there. Speaking of the Coda text line, here's a good one. I think it's just kind of a theme, just kind of for everything going on right now. Our man Chan says, morning, y'all. Need some info, entertainment, and laughs. Been a dark week. Yeah, it's been a dark week. And you never, yesterday, 9/11 is just always a dark day. But yeah, that's what we're here to do.
Yeah, can I tell you about McCall, or not McCall Custom Homes, Hurricane Hecht? Can I tell you about
the
Hurricane
hurricane?
Hecht real quick?
Let's talk about that, dude.
Yeah, man. Right now, I want you guys to whip out your phones real quick. And if you have dark days, this guy will make it go away. 512-938-8929 is the number for Ryan Hurricane Hecht at the Hecht Law Firm. He's the new lawyer in town. He's hot to trot. When the storm hits, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal attorney right here in Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. And Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that fire and pride into the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident, Karen took your baseball, hurt on the job, you got the dog bite, anything else, you just got to give Ryan Hurricane Hecht the call. He's been fighting for justice and crime in big results for over a decade now. You don't pay unless you win. No fees unless the green gets in your pocket. That's right. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to get it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting you through local sports, local businesses, and local families. Friend of the show, with the school, with BK, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow the case wide open. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. You can reach him at his email, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Again, Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him we sent you.
Absolutely. Hey, man, Coda text line. And this is what it's all about. It's this interaction that we have where we entertain one another. I mean, we tell you guys, y'all entertain us as much as we entertain you. Between the comment line and the Coda text line, got one here. Our man Greg, wanted to give a shout out to his son. I mean, I'm Snoop Daniel over here. Let's give a shout out. His son Jesse, big 27 years old. Wags to be 27 again, my man. How great would that be? I kind of like being my age, to be honest with you.
Oh,
I'm old and I'm antisocial.
Would I want to go back and do it again? I mean, I would love to have my 20s. I would love to have the body that I had back when in my 20s, right? Like, and not just like in shape wise, talking about like my body, my bones weren't falling apart. You know, my muscles weren't deteriorating. My back didn't feel like it's just completely hunched over. No, it was just my body was just in better shape. I don't know, but you give up the wisdom. I definitely didn't have the knowledge, or just didn't have the view that I had back in my 20s. Like, I was very closed-minded. I mean, I wasn't really closed-minded. I would just say I was restricted. I was set in my ways. Now I'm kind of laissez-faire. Actually, that's a little bullshit. Anybody that knows me knows I'm a little wound tight. So
I'm very set in my ways. That's like my wife the other day. She was like, there was something that she wanted to do, and I'm like, I'm good. And she's like, would you please be involved?
No, I'm open for trying new shit.
I'm not.
Yeah,
Like, would you please be involved? And this wasn't sexual or anything.
I appreciate routine, but I also like to shake shit up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't like going to the same restaurant over and like I know what I'm gonna get with the same restaurant over and over again. But sometimes, I like variety. I like variety. Who doesn't like variety in their life?
That's true. Well, me.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. I mean, you over there with the damn government cheese, you're okay setting your ways. But sometimes, I mean, like I compromise. I don't like to go out that much, but yeah, you want to go try different venues? We'll have them come in. We'll have the new stuff come in. You know what I mean? We don't have to go everywhere. Well, you want you want new sites? We'll call Custom Homes and get new stuff around the house. We'll renovate stuff. That's what we'll do.
I'm telling you that day that you gave that great testimonial when I was gone on the road, when you were talking about you and Katie, where Katie said, if we're not doing things together, we're growing apart. I had just that morning, because now what the wife does is when she wants me to be social, she brings everybody here to where I won't leave, because this is where I hang out.
Good strategy.
And I just told
her
to
get away from, right?
And I just told her that morning when you gave that amazing testimonial and heartfelt love testimonial that I said, okay, you let me know when you're doing that. And I'm going to Wag's house. So anyway, I got to get
come on over, buddy. Where do you want to go next, man? We got a big slate to cover for college and NFL too. So we only got 15 minutes to do it. This is the day that we really need 2 hours. So.
This is that day.
Good luck ramming it in, man. Let's get it.
Yeah. We got some big stuff in college, man. You want to hit the college? You want to hit the college?
Oh yeah, you got greens, amigo. Lead it.
Some of the with the SEC. I mean, we got some good stuff in the SEC. Georgia and Tennessee, I think, is going to be pretty interesting. Your thoughts on that one? Is this where Tennessee? Look. It's like we're talking about with Kansas City and all these other teams, where it's like people are ready to say that Georgia's not whatever the hell.
No, I think Georgia
they got to get beat first.
No, I don't think Georgia's going away, man. Week 2, I remember we saw this out of Georgia last year too, right? Where it seemed like it was the trend. They would struggle in the first half, and then all of a sudden, you look up at the scoreboard, it's 45 to 7, or it's 50 to 10 or whatever. I don't think that's going to be the case against Tennessee. I do think what's the line right now? 3.5. 3.5 is the line. I think Georgia covers that, even though it's in Nashville. So I think that will be a little bit difficult place to play, but the Dogs won't have any problems on the road here. Heupel and company will make it a little bit rough. I do like what Tennessee can do defensively, but I don't think it's enough to stop the Dogs. I'm curious to see how Stockton's going to be able to do it against Tennessee, right? And then also, what's Heupel going to be able to dial up against Kirby's defense? Like that's going to be the ultimate question. And or it's not Kirby's defense, but he oversees everything. But ultimately, I think the Dogs will prevail. It's only 3.5. I think they're good for 7.
Yeah. And it's like BK was talking about this morning, and it's a great point to like with Georgia when folks want to think, well, Georgia's not beating up on the cupcakes and all that, but then they come out and they'll beat, ranked teams in big games. It's like
by 2 scores, by 2 touchdowns.
Right. And that's where kind of the opposite here with Texas, to where it's like, okay, you only won 38-7 or whatever the score is, but you're not at the point where you're winning those big games against Georgia and whoever the other opponent may be. So yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, I think it's going to be Georgia.
That's not really the game that it's a marquee matchup, sure, because it's SEC ranked schools, but I figured that Georgia would win, right? I mean, it's just kind of where I'm at. Do you know the game that's kind of jumping off the slate to me that I really want to watch?
A&M and Notre Dame?
No.
Florida, LSU?
No, close. I think LSU is going to roll Florida. I was hopeful for Florida at the beginning of the year, just because I think not just the SEC is better when Florida's good, just football. The football landscape is in whole in its entirety is better when Florida State, and Miami are both winning. Or
you want to watch Diego Pavia, don't you?
No.
Oh, that's one I want to watch.
No, you're close. You're right around it, man.
God, it better not be Wisconsin and Alabama.
It's South Florida, Miami, dude. I
Oh,
want to
South
see
Florida.
South Florida upset Miami so bad. I
On
want to
the
see the Bulls
CW.
go on parade. Brown looks like a pretty legit quarterback too, right? Walsh kind of surprised us with this pick in the preseason. When they were playing Boise State, he actually did a report and did a deep delve into the Bulls. And Brown, this dude Brown can play. We saw that on display against Boise State and then against Florida too. So hey, look out! I mean, maybe there's another team that's on the rise here in the Sunshine State. Maybe it's the Bulls.
And
Miami, dude.
And how crazy is it going to be if we get to pass tomorrow, and South Florida is able to beat Miami, and it's like, okay, the best team in Florida, South Florida, not Florida State, not Miami, not the Gators, South Florida. Hey man, that'd be awesome. That'd be like if Texas State was
be a fun conversation. Yeah, but I think the Bayou Bengals are going to roll the Gators. I do, especially in Death Valley.
Yeah,
I want to give Sunbelt Billy a chance, but it's not happening. They could get steamboat, man. They could get boat raced by what? What do you think? Maybe I don't want to be.
I think it's
too crazy.
14 to 17.
That's where I was thinking maybe a 14, at least 2 touchdowns. I mean, at home, 2 touchdowns. What's the line anyways on this? 7.5.
CW.
I think that's
CW
pretty generous.
Spectrum. I don't know what the CW is on Spectrum. I mean, I definitely know it's on YouTube TV. I haven't had Spectrum in a while. The CW, man, they're getting after it. And it's funny because the Xfinity series was kind of the first thing that they got. And when that happened, I met the dude that's like in charge of CW sports at Texas Motor Speedway at an event that I was at. And he was like, we're going to make this thing really big. It's on free TV. Is CW free? Yeah. I don't
know.
Yeah. Well, I guess no TV's free because you got to buy a converter, but it's like over the air.
Isn't that Warner Brothers? Isn't CW Warner Brothers?
CW used to be it's where they show Charmed and all that.
Yeah, that's the WB, right?
Yeah, that is the WB. Yeah. Now it's a CW and they've got.
How do you know Charmed? Like that's the first fucking show that came to your mind.
The girl. Wasn't that Elisa Milano was on
it's the show that's on there, but like that's how do you know?
That's the first thing that I remember from that program, from that thing, was you'd kind of be flipping through there. I get that one confused with KBVO, which I guess KBV. Hell, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Yeah, who doesn't love Alyssa Milano? There it is, right there. Thank you, Delgado. That's remember her with Tony Danza, Judith Light. Who's the boss?
I remember her in Poison Ivy.
See, you talk about
Poison Ivy too. I remember her in Poison Ivy too. That's what it is.
Samantha.
Oh, come on. Where are we going?
I'm looking forward to that Vanderbilt, South Carolina game. I think that's going to be the SEC game of the week. I'm sorry, man. I know I'm pretty high on South Carolina, but I got a feeling Vanderbilt might stun them. Got a feeling Vanderbilt.
Say your last. I didn't want to say it, but say her last name again, please.
Elisa Milano.
There you go. There it is.
What?
There it is. Yeah, that's her. That's definitely her.
Yeah, Milano.
Milano.
Oh, Milano. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't she have her own brand of NFL clothing now? Hell, everybody does. Erin Andrews does. I mean, all these women do. So,
I don't know. I think she's got her make. No, wait, that's not. That's shit. That's Jessica Alba. Jessica Alba's got her own skincare stuff. She makes more with that than anything else.
Everybody.
All right, where are we going next, man?
Hey, and here, Clemson is going to lose this week. I think it's not
all right. Okay. All right, you're putting Clemson on the
Milano, whatever her name is, Elisa. What I fuck out of
Alyssa Mayano. I love it. I absolutely love it. All right, you think Clemson's falling to Georgia Tech, huh?
I think so, man. I kind of think so. What do you think about that one?
Narrow. Line is pretty narrow. Only 2.5. The buildings in Vegas don't build themselves. in Georgia Tech, and Bobby Dodd? You think it's a home field upset, huh? For the Jackets?
Yeah. I think Clemson's kind of right there with folks that are, Texas is underperforming. Texas, maybe this, that, and the other. I think Clemson's kind of right there with them. There's our Heisman favorites. Our preseason Heisman favorites are now sucking wind over here. And, I mean, our Heisman battle might be at South Carolina tomorrow early on.
I don't know. I mean, Klubnik struggled a little bit, dude. I'd like to see what the Jackets do. I mean, the Jackets are 2-0 rolling into this thing. You could be right with upset alert here. This might be a WTF. I have to put the defense is so stout for Clemson. I'd like to think that they'd be able to handle Georgia Tech. But we need to consider. I say consider the opposition of Clemson, right? But they struggled with Troy. So
Exactly. That's why I kind of think that they're there's more there. I mean, it's one thing.
You don't think they look decent against LSU though?
At times. This could kind of be the Green Bay analogy to where maybe
right.
LSU
I thought it was tough to evaluate. I thought it was tough to evaluate LSU and Clemson because it's ultimately you go back to just saying week 1, right? Like,
yeah. And a good defense. I mean, a really good defense because LSU does.
Yeah, LSU. I'm not bullshitting, man. I really feel like LSU has a chance to run for the Natty this year. I do.
Mm-hmm.
They're incredibly fast, speedy all over the place in every damn position. And like you just mentioned, their defense is absolutely nasty. They can get after it.
Yeah.
All right, where else you want to go on the slate here? A couple of minutes. You want to close it out with NFL?
Yeah. Let's go over to the Judith White.
I guess we'll give our predictions. We'll give our picks to BK here in a second.
Oh yeah. We gotta get that.
A gnat crawling around me somehow, man.
A what?
A gnat.
Oh, you know what? I had one of those flying around here this morning too. What's that all
I
about?
left the door open for the dogs to go in. I'd go take a piss. So, all right, where are you going to go next?
Philadelphia, Kansas City. I guess that's maybe the marquee matchup of Sunday.
Kansas City, here I come.
Kansas City Lights, Steve Wariner, country hits.
Oh, there you go. I was thinking an old song thing. All right. Kansas City. Let's go to a little bit of NFL here, amigo. Where you want to go next?
How about Chicago, Detroit?
Okay.
Need a bounce back. Both of them need a bounce back. I think Detroit holds court here, but how dominating is Detroit able to be against Chicago? I think if Detroit squeaks out a 3-point win at home, you're still a little bit concerned if you're a Detroit Lion fan. My friend Storm and Steve Sims will be extremely concerned. So they need to assert themselves because they got boat raced in week 1.
Which Caleb Williams are we going to see? Are we going to see Caleb Williams in the first half? Or are we going to see Caleb Williams in the second half? First half, Caleb Williams is going to have to show up because it's going to get pretty nasty with that ferocious edge of Detroit. So I'd like to think that 6.5 is probably good. I would err on the side of caution just because I don't like it. It still doesn't look like they found their synergy, right? Or it's like they found, just their rhythm with the new playbook, or if they're even installing a new playbook. I would imagine that they did. And again, if Golf can't get his magic going, or if they can't establish any type of running game going here, that's kind of where that was all of Detroit last year, right? They had the two, except for when Montgomery got hurt. But usually when they have both those backs going, they, lean on that defense so damn ferociously there, 4 and 5 yards a pop, or 3 or 4 yards a pop, more than likely, that it opens up the rest of the defense for him. And then Laporta can eat. Like, if Laporta can just start beating down and start, converting third downs, third and shorts, and then it opens up the defense for the rest of their wide receivers to, blow the damn doors off of them. That's where I think Golf can get at his best, and Detroit can actually, start playing downhill football. But I gotta say, man, like Caleb Williams did look pretty damn good.
He really did.
Week 1, and now we'll see if they can build off of that. But Chicago made some improvements. Getting in, I go back to this, man. They beefed up their line a pretty decent bit. They brought in 3 new linemen there. they did lose Keenan Allen, but it should make room for Rome Odunze here to flash his speed and flash his brilliance, and we'll see if that can happen. DJ Moore, they still got some weapons with DJ Moore, and then Swift. I think Swift is a pretty decent running back too. They should be able to give Detroit some fits. It's just Detroit's edge is so nasty. It could really dampen the passing game or the passing attack for Chicago.
And I think where it's hard for Chicago is just like anything else, like we're talking about with Arch and all the different things here in Austin, is that it's one of those things I think where the perception was that with that Ben Johnson being the coach of Chicago, that everything with Caleb Williams was going to be fixed because he was the quarterback guru. And we saw a lot of shades of improvement there in the first half, like you mentioned, Wags. But
a lot of that's on Caleb. It's his confidence level too, right?
Exactly. And it's going to take a little bit of time. Yeah. And the other part about it is where it sucks for Chicago is, I mean, you're in that division and you want to talk about trial by fire. I mean, you've still got to take on the Packers. You still got to take on the Vikings. You'll have all of those teams twice. So where we wanted this immediate improvement and everything was supposed to be fixed with Caleb Williams and the quarterback problems in Chicago finally solved, it's going to take a little bit of time. And I totally agree with what I see on the chat line right there. If Detroit loses to Chicago, if indeed the Bears do win in Detroit, Detroit's got some problems. The coordinator thing is a real thing. Yeah. If indeed they fall to the Bears,
they'll figure that out. Any other games that jump off the slate at you that you want?
The one that does is one of the Monday games, so we can deal with that Monday.
Yeah, right on. I want to get back and. I am always curious about Giants and Cowboys, but we'll see how this ends up. 5.5 right now is the line. I think you guys are good for that though. Going back to this,
I'm wanting to start. I'm starting to believe that. I think I'm starting to believe that, which is scary because here I am again. This big heart that I have is about.
I think you're okay. The Giants. I'm telling you right now, Giants are bottom 3 teams in the league. Three of the bottom teams in the league, man. I think
here's one that I'm curious to see on Sunday afternoon on CBS. Denver at Indianapolis. After the Indianapolis has some people thinking, well, maybe they're not as bad as we thought. This defense with Danny
you're going up against a different defense, Daniel Donovan.
Yes, sir. This is crash landing here, I think, for Indianapolis in this one on Sunday.
We would be remiss if we did not talk about the University of Texas and Texas El Paso. A little bit of Marty Robbins here before the guys get in, kind of give a nice little bridge to that. Texas is favored 40.5, 40 and a hook. That is a lot of points. They struggled with San Jose State. If you're calling your cousin to lay something down, I would err on the side of caution a little bit here, right? That's a lot of points to cover, and I haven't seen that efficient of football from the Longhorns yet. Right, they were able to score off of 3 defensive turnovers, they had 3 defensive turnovers that led the scoring opportunities off of those turnovers that they had, or I should say takeaways rather. But ultimately, I still don't feel like the offense played efficient football. Struggle just because you're hitting, some deep routes here and there. When you struggle with your underneath stuff consistently, that makes me err on the side of caution. And you're doing it. It's how you're doing it too, and who you're doing it against, right? Sisters of the Weak and Unscrupulous. That should not be happening. Like a 50 burger should have been put up last week. I'm sorry, I'm still beating that drum, but that's just how I feel. If there's not a 50 burger put up this week, I'll still have more concerns, right? I'll still err on the side of caution here. This is University of Texas El Paso. All right, come on, let's be for real here. Big shout out to them though. They do have a Round Rock football player, one Justin Lee, who used to play on Round Rock, is now playing for University of Texas El Paso. He's not starting, but hopefully we do get to see, if they do put the 2s in because the game's just completely out of hand, we get to see a little bit of Justin Lee on the field as well. That'd be nice to see a little bit of hometown local stuff. Played basketball with Reed and was able to play on the defensive line for Round Rock Dragons. It'd be nice to see what he can do against the Longhorns.
Justin Lee is a hell of a basketball player. Got to call a lot of Justin Lee games
Not
on the hardwood.
Not tall either, right?
No.
5'10" or 5'11", he's able to. Actually, he's like 6 foot. I think he's actually 6 foot. But he's still able to leap up there and get it down two-handed. So a hell of an athlete. I've always told him, like, he reminded me he's not as big as Julius Peppers, but he always had that build just that style of Julius Peppers, his ability to play basketball too, underneath in power style, big power style, and his ability to get after it on the edge just kind of reminded me of a Julius Peppers. It's one hell of a comparison to be, put next to a pro like that. I'm not saying that Justin Lee's that caliber of a player yet, but that's just kind of the style that he had. I'd like to see if he's going to be able to get to the field on Saturday.
Round Rock 0-2, and they entertain Vista Ridge tonight, who is 2-0. So it doesn't happen to Round Rock a lot where they start out like that. And this is District. District starts this week.
Yeah, now it matters. No, it matters.
Yeah. Adrian Broadus from ESPN El Paso was on this morning with the guys, and obviously the conversation that's going to come up was the Malachi Nelson conversation and the parallels there with Arch Manning. When they both came out at whatever point. Obviously, different paths that they've both taken to get to this, but this is where. For Malachi Nelson, it could kind of be a personal game to kind of come out and be like, okay, here I am against it, but there's just not enough there.
It's everybody's Super Bowl. Like, the Longhorns are UTEP Super Bowl, I would think, right? Like, you get this on your schedule, and you're like, oh man, all right, this is if we're gonna get up for any game, we're getting up for this game, right? Like, that's just what the Longhorns do to you, man. They just they bring out the best in everybody. They just do. That's what the Longhorns do. They bring out the best game in everybody.
And this is more, and again, not saying that UTEP's not going to come here, obviously thinking that they can be competitive in this game, but it's like all these kids from Texas that are on the UTEP roster, you come rolling.
Homecoming.
Yeah.
Or at least it's a homecoming for a few kids that are around this area.
You get to play at DKR. I mean, how cool is it? I mean, I remember the first time as a high school kid that I walked out on the field at DKR, not to play, just to walk out on the field, and you're surrounded by history. So for them, it's a big damn deal. But I'd love to see Texas just come out and assert themselves. Let's start.
What do you want to see? That's where I want to go next. We got some time still. What do you want to see out of Texas on Saturday? Like, I'm tired with the glorified practice, right? I'm tired of working on shit. That's what you do in practice, all right? What do you want to see out of Texas against UTEP?
I'd love to see Texas come do what Alabama did last week. Come out and just and beat UTEP down, start fast, score on every possession that you have those starters in there. Go down the field, get some pressure on the quarterback, get some sacks, force some turnovers. This sounds like a perfect script,
Sure.
Fine dining at its best, but that's what you should do.
That's what should happen when you're playing a team like this.
Right.
That's the talent gap separation, right?
If you're going to take your foot off the gas, do it in the middle of the third quarter. When you start bringing some of the other guys in to get them some playing time, come out and assert yourself, and that's what we haven't seen.
How long do you want to see the starters go for?
I'd love to see the starters out of there by the end of the first half. I mean, I think we're kind of beyond the point where we need to get, because I would love to see.
I think the only way that they're out at first half is if it's like 35-0 at halftime.
I mean, I'd love to see Arch get reps with DeAndre Moore. DeAndre Moore's not playing, so he doesn't need reps with him. Obviously, you've got Livingston. Get Ryan Wingo involved, like Jordan was talking about. I would feed that dude on the offense.
I'd like to see how they've evolved or how they've emerged. Wingo back into this offense, right? When it almost like he was the go-to guy for Arch last season, and now it's Livingston, right? It's almost like they're forcing it into Livingston's hands too much because of the roommate scenario, like I was talking about. I don't know if that's what it is. I'm just saying that that could be the vibe, right? But I think Wingo needs some looks, needs more targets, or just get the ball in his hands, right? You get the ball into your best athlete's hands. And you get your best athlete in space. Like that's just football 101, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. It's game speed. Nothing replicates game speed, not even practice. And when you're having iron sharpen iron, I understand that completely, right? Game reps are a different type of speed, but still, like, man, just go with what you know and don't take your foot off the damn neck, right? Just put your foot on the throat of this team and just don't let up, dude. I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of seeing us play with our prey and then having them come back and bite us in our ass. Like, that's not championship caliber defense. What's up, gentlemen? How we doing?
We're not hearing all gas, no brakes very much anymore.
Exactly.
I want to see all gas, no brakes. You need to do that the next 2 weeks.
It's okay. We're getting fired up, man. We got the pep rally going on. Don't you all hear it? There we go. What's up? How are you?
What pep rally? I'm confused.
The band in my head. You don't hear it?
Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah. The monkey clapping the cymbals and the fish with the trombone.
There it is. That's right.
So what's going on, man? What's on the slate?
Some Cowboys talk.
Texas you don't even know. You're playing my Giants, man. You're good. You're fine.
Yeah, it's easy work.
Wags, I got to ask you.
Sure. It was ignorance.
What do you think about being forced to watch Russell Wilson play football in 2025?
Hard. It's tough to watch. Kind of talked a little bit about that last week, right? It's not efficient football when you have a better quarterback play is potentially on the sideline, right? You don't have a running game. Your one saving grace might be the defensive line, but ultimately they get exposed too just from being worn out ragged on the field so much. And then you look on. I'm a big fan of body chemistry and body language too, right? Like you can tell the signs of a team, like looking over on the sidelines, they don't interact with Dable. I don't think the respect level's there for their head coach. I just think a new tide's got to be turned, man. They're trying to bring hype with Scatabo, and like when you're making a big deal over a guy with a block or shedding a block.
Dude's hurt, isn't he? Is he hurt?
Yeah, he got busted up. Like there's just not a lot to root for in New York except for draft picks, right? And in the future. And Russell Wilson's not the future. Maybe he allows us to get draft picks, but you got one of the most explosive wide receivers in the league with Neighbors, right? Utilize him, get him the ball, get him somebody that can see, get a quarterback in there that can see Neighbors, or get a quarterback that can extend the play. Russell Wilson doesn't have that ability anymore to extend the play. Or the moon ball is still there, right? But he doesn't have the ability to drop back and get it there because he's getting rushed so bad. And that's another thing too. Jackson Dart has the escapability with this offensive line with the holes in it to extend the play. Russell Wilson doesn't.
Wags, Russell Wilson just called. He told me to tell you.
Kiss my grand.
Sorry, Russell. Don't hate me because I speak the truth.
I will say, Jordan asking how it feels watching Russell Wilson or being forced to watch Russell Wilson is coming from the same guy who's about to be forced to watch 3 to 5 weeks of Mac Jones. So
yeah, but that's because the starter.
No, I mean, I think Mac Jones has much more potential than Russell Wilson at this point. Mac Jones, at least Mac Jones can see over the line and see his targets. Russell Wilson can't even do that. Russell Wilson has to do a sprint out just to see his first primary read.
Yeah. And Mac Jones, he ain't my starter either. Russell Wilson, he might not be the guy, but you know what he is? Mr. Unlimited.
Unlimited.
Oh, Mr. Unlimited. Mr. Banging Sierra.
Yeah, that's about the only thing he's got, man. I can't take that away from him.
I was doing prep. For this game. Throughout the weekend. Do y'all realize he's a 10-time Pro Bowler? I mean, I would have guessed 5, 6, 10 times.
When you win young,
he's
right?
He's in the Hall of Fame.
System quarterback. Yeah.
He'll be in the Hall of Fame for sure.
That's crazy.
And apparently, he just arrived at AT&T Stadium.
I love those Kyler Murray jokes. Like he runs like a baby with candy. That's one of the better ones. But man, yeah, the Russell Wilson stuff is crazy. It's crazy to think like there are kids watching the NFL falling in love with football that have no clue Russell Wilson was the first like big transfer or one of the first ones,
Right, from the NC State,
Yeah. And he had the loophole Wisconsin offers this class that NC State doesn't. He exposed that loophole. So, and I'm pretty sure, am I not mistaken? Didn't he get drafted into the MLB and play baseball?
Yeah, second base to play second base.
Yeah.
He played spring training for a couple of years, like while he was with the Seahawks.
Yep.
Kids these days, man.
Crazy.
They never know. They don't know about Bo Jackson either. Like, I showed my son clips of Bo Jackson. He didn't know who Marcus Allen was. Like, it's.
I think not knowing who Marcus Allen is more forgivable than not knowing Bo Jackson.
Sure, I know exactly right. Like Bo, I mean, two-time athlete. I mean, two-sport athlete. Bo was the shit. Bo had a cartoon made after him, man.
Marcus Allen was OJ's friend.
It was Bo Jackson, Wayne Gretzky, and Michael Jordan. Do you remember that? Pro Stars? No, you guys wouldn't remember that. Pro Stars was a cartoon. They went around and they saved the world. It was awesome. It was great. There's sports saving the world. Anyways, we'll get out of your all's hair, man.
Yeah.
Don't forget to get out there to the beer garden tomorrow for the pregame.
12:45.
Rodney, you going out there?
Negative, sir.
I don't know. What you guys doing up in Dallas?
I'm going to a game in Denton tonight. I'm about to Uber to Colin Kennedy's house, chill there for a little bit. Then we're going to the game.
The pregame, then going out there.
No, we don't pregame for.
Hammered at the high school game.
I thought maybe going out there with the boosters, man, rubbing elbows.
Hey, there are media members who pregame high school football games.
I know.
We are not those media.
Rodney and I know this.
Well, I am not one of those media members.
Okay.
So no, gonna head up there. Car's still in the shop. They still don't know their dick from their ass.
Still in the shop.
Yeah. So
this is gonna be the ongoing bit of this entire season is Jordan's car.
For real. So
all right,
instead of going to New Orleans tomorrow and Houston today, not going or New Orleans today and Houston yesterday, then go to a Thursday game. And now I'm going to see North Crowley play Denton Geyer in Denton. So should be a good one.
I got McNeil Westwood tonight, so I'll be at the rivalry game.
That's a rivalry?
Yeah. That's intra-district crime right there. That's Round Rock ISD on Round Rock ISD crime.
Second and third schools into Round Rock ISD right there, those two.
Yeah, I think I'd rather watch like Austin LBJ just skull fuck Austin Travis or something than McNeil Westwood. Like, seriously.
A lot of smart kids on that field, Jordan.
Like, the only thing I know about Westwood is that Brad Smith's son goes there. His name's Alex Smith, but he's not even the starter.
He played last week. He came in spot duty. He looked really good. That dude looks really good.
Good. I like him. That's also like, why is Brad Smith's son not starting if you have Brad Smith's son on your team?
They got a kid named Cooper Waits. Looked pretty good.
He too has a 5.0 GPA.
No idea. Hey, McNeil, though, the only other kid I know playing in that game besides Alex Smith. McNeil is a kid named Jarrell Gary.
Yeah.
Plays with juice. He's a monster.
Yeah, he is, man.
Kind of, I will say, like, because he's McNeil's best player and best athlete, like last year, I don't know what he's playing as a senior, but as a junior, he played QB, running back, receiver, some defense.
Yep.
But, like, that killed his recruitment. Like, he's got some G5s, he's got tech, but, like, what position is he going to play? It has to be a receiver in college, but there's not a ton of receiver tape, and he's kind of built like a running back. So,
yeah,
I don't know. But McNeil needs a big game from him to win tonight. So, I mean, actually, maybe they don't. I don't know how good Westwood is. Usually they stink.
Look good against Austin High, but Austin High is not the playoff team they were last year.
They're great at it's academic.
I didn't even know Austin High made the playoffs last year.
They did. They knocked Bowie out. They slotted in instead of Bowie. Yeah, how about that?
Is academic still a thing?
Is what?
Is It's Academic still a thing? The game show It's Academic? It's academic.
Couldn't tell you.
I thought you were referencing DJ Academics, and I was like, how do you even know who that is?
Well, am I too old to know academic?
Never mind.
I gotta go, guys.
Never mind.
See y'all
later,
Monday,
dudes.
See y'all, unks.
Peace out, homie.
All right. Well, hey, welcome into Friday edition of the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. Texas high school football, week 3. Like I said earlier, I'm going to go see Denton Geyer host the North Crowley Panthers, the state champion North Crowley Panthers. If y'all are going to any games tonight, drop it in the chat. Would love to talk about it. I saw Patrick said Sock versus Longview. That'll be a great one. Sock went out to East Texas last year and beat Longview in Longview. And what I think was their first loss at that stadium in like 7 or 8 years, something like that. So, hey, a lot of fun. Nick, I know you're in Frisco ISD tonight. Which game are you calling?
Yeah, Frisco High and Frisco Centennial. Going to be a banger.
Boop, boop.
Rivalry week.
Oh, yeah. Any D1 kids playing in that game?
Probably not. I did see Frisco Panther Creek put the beat down on Fort Worth Southwest last night, though. Got to see Jalen Lott and Donovan Webb put on a show. Donovan Webb, is he strictly a safety at the next level, or could Tech potentially throw some running back packages out there for him?
He ain't playing running back. He's safety.
I don't know, man. He had some skills at the running back position last year, and he did last night as well. So, but yeah, I agree with you. I just wonder if they maybe try him out at running back.
Yeah, no, that won't happen. He's safety all the way. Alvarado versus Robinson. Hey, Robinson's got a quarterback with some offers. That's a junior. I think he was supposed to end up at TCU, but then the Hatchie 2027 kid committed there. So who knows? Maybe Baylor by chance. Jake Bayless at Hatchie versus Forney. I'm not going, but that's a game that is happening tonight. I looked at that one. If Colin wasn't going to Geyer, North Crowley, I would have gone to Hatchie versus Forney because it's a little shorter of an Uber drive. And Cohen Brown, who had like 1,000 and I think like 16 receiving yards last year, second leading receiver in the district at Doom, Hatchie, DeSoto, Duncanville, Skyline, Cedar Hill, Lancaster now, Mesquite Horn now. He got roughly a quarter of those yards in this game last year. He had like 256 and 3 tuds, something like that, versus Forney on the road. Now it's Forney at Hatchie at Lumpkin Stadium. The best press box experience in the entire state of Texas. Last time I was there, some mac and cheese, some chicken, some green beans, some fried okra.
Ugh.
No one does it better than. And then they had the nothing bunt cakes afterwards. Like it was a pleasure. I had more fun in the press box than I did watching the game. It was a horrible game. It was Waxahachie versus Lancaster. Competitive the whole time, but just boring. So, yeah, that'll be a good one. Naaman Roberts said Jordan Atascocita's quarterback is the truth. I've seen the final scores of Atascocita this year, but have not watched them. Is Carde Mack still playing quarterback for them? I know he has at times the last few years. He's a running back prospect, committed to Arizona State to play running back, but plays some QB duties. He's their most dynamic guy, best athlete. But I also know they got a young gun named Isaiah Rocket something. He's got some offers as well. And I remember they were kind of a two-headed backfield last year. But yeah, SGP, Mansfield Legacy. Woof. Okay. Hey, Carde Mack still slinging it for the Atascocita, the Eagles, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to them. They got Trenton Blaylock and a kid I'm blanking on that is a 2028 interior D lineman. Texas has offered both of those kids. They looked at Carde Mack extensively his sophomore and junior year, but just never really pulled the trigger on an offer. But they hosted him on a visit several times. So, here's a good one. This will be the last one, and then we're going to pivot to pro football, college football, and then we can come back to high school football. Cameron Govon said, Jordan, are you getting out soon to see the commit from Willis? Yes, the plan is to see him next week. Willis is going to host the Woodlands. It's become, I think, sneakily one of the more fun, better rivalries the last few years. Obviously, EJ Lagway played at Willis. The Woodlands had this kid named Mabry Matoyer. That was in the same cycle as him, 2024. He ended up at Wisconsin. He's now at Sam Houston State. In fact, he might actually be playing Texas next week. I don't know if I can't imagine he's a starter for them.
He is. No, he is.
Woof. All I've seen from him this year is the play versus UNLV, where he was like 7 yards over the line of scrimmage and threw it, and it was a pick six. And like it counts as a touchdown, even though he's over the line of scrimmage. So, but anyways, there was this whole dynamic in the Houston area. Who's the best QB in Houston? People without a brain thought it was Mabry Matoyer. People with the brain thought it was DJ Lagway. Look at us now. It's Lagway. But they had some great rivalry games. Lagway sophomore, junior, and senior year. And Willis, I believe, won 2 of the last 3. And each time Willis has won, Jermaine Bishop has exploded for like 250 all-purpose yards, 4 touchdowns, and he's also, on defense with like 10 tackles. So I'm going to see him in that game because that's the most he's going to play all year in the regular season because it's kind of really their only competitive game. And also because, Nick, do you want to guess which record Jermaine Bishop is on pace to break in either week 4 or week 5? That Woodlands game will be week 4.
Is it the 6A receiving record?
No. So he's not quite close to that yet.
I was going to say.
He's not going to be able to break the record. This is where Jermaine's at. He's about 300, I think it's like 304 yards away from being the Houston area's all-time leading receiver. He had like 280 combined from week 1 and week 2. So, hoping I can be there week 4 when he does break it. And you want to guess who is the Houston area's all-time leading receiver? I was dumbfounded by this when I saw it.
Houston, is this 6A or overall?
Just overall, Houston area.
Houston area. When did this player play?
He's a freshman in college.
Okay, so he's
a true freshman.
Goodness. Is he playing receiver at the next level?
Yeah, you're never going to guess this.
Okay, go ahead.
Andrew Marsh.
Really?
Yeah. But, man, think about it. He was a 4-year starter at Katy Jordan. He was a receiver 1. And the stats get counted for his freshman year, even though they're playing an outlaw schedule versus pretty much nobodies. So, yeah, he's actually the all-time leading receiver in the Houston area, unless you count Navasota, Trendavian Dixon.
Yeah.
We're not going to count Navasota.
We're not going to do that.
Let us push this Jermaine Bishop agenda, right? And then for those curious, he is around like 1,100 or 1,000 yards away from breaking into top 10 all-time in Texas high school football career receiving yards regardless of class. If he does it, he will join Jackson Smith and Jigba as the only players on that top 10 list that played 6A football. So shout out to him. Also at the pace he's on, he should finish top 20 in career receptions. But like you look at the career receptions versus, career receiving yards, I did the math in like May, so I'm not going to fully remember this. He's either 1 or 2, depending on what pace he finishes at. Will be 1 or 2 of like the top 10 all time, and as far as yards per reception. So pretty damn good.
If I could, I am envious of everybody in New Orleans tonight for the Superdome doubleheader of ULab, Archbishop Rummel, and then American Heritage Edna Carr. There is a different universe where I am in New Orleans today, watching that game, eating at Cafe Du Monde before rolling over there, and then in the morning eating at Williams Seafood before, dropping a turd on the plane on my way home to Dallas tomorrow afternoon. So just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah, once I tried going to this game, like looking at flights 3 days before the flight. It's like $660 round trip, and that's before all the taxes and fees and BS add-ons that you get with flights nowadays. So, Blake Bryant said my buddy coaches at Willis. He's been raving about him for a few years now. Man, I mean, so have I. I think going back to the end of his sophomore year, I know I said it like every week last year, Jermaine Bishop is and has been the pound for pound the best player in Texas high school football for like going on 2 years now.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been close. And he's Batman. I love that nickname too, Batman. So anyways, we're going to get into some pro football. Dallas Cowboys kicking off or not kicking off, I should say, have their home opener this
Kicking off their home slate.
Yeah, kicking off their home slate. The New York Football Giants coming to town. Is that a 12 or 3:30 kick?
Noon kick.
Okay. Give us the keys of the game. What are you looking forward to seeing? What are you wanting to see? What are you not wanting to see?
I give you 5 quick storylines. One, we'll start with Dak Prescott, his dominance over the New York Giants throughout the course of his career. Can you guess, Jordan? Dak has won a lot of consecutive games against the Giants. Do you want to guess what that number is?
He's been hurt, so I'm trying to. I'll go.
He's played
11.
He's played 15 career games against the Giants.
So. Okay, I'll just guess his record versus them. I'll go 11-4 or 12-3.
So he's 13-2. He lost his first 2 in his rookie season against the Giants and has not lost since. He is on a 13-game winning streak against the New York Giants. It is the second longest streak in NFL history for a quarterback against one team. It's tied for second with Tom Brady when he won 13 straight against the Bills. The record is 17 straight. Bob Greasy won 17 straight against the Bills also back in the late 60s, early 70s. So he has a chance in this game to stand alone in second place. Another storyline to keep an eye on, DaRon Bland was hurt in practice on Monday, sprained foot/ankle. He's going to be working with the medical team for the next week or two to try to get back on the field in time for the Week 4 matchup against the Green Bay Packers. But until then, they have to turn to very unproven nickel cornerback, Reddy Stewart, potentially to fill his void. Brian Schottenheimer was talking on the radio here in Dallas this morning, saying that they might even rotate some safeties into that nickel spot to try and help, mitigate the issue that they're going to have. But DaRon Bland, going to be missing this game on Sunday for sure. Another key storyline to keep an eye on. This is Brian Schottenheimer's first game back playing against Russell Wilson since he was fired in 2020 as the Seahawks offensive coordinator. They spent 3 seasons together. You think back to that 2020 year, the Seahawks set tons of franchise records offensively, including points scored. But with the way that season ended and some philosophical differences between Schottenheimer and Pete Carroll, Schottenheimer was fired at the end of that 2020 year as offensive coordinator. Now this is his first time matching back up against Russell Wilson. So that's something to watch for sure.
Mr.
Cowboys
Limited.
Mr. Limited. It's the Cowboys' first chance to see Abdul Carter, the Giants' number 3 overall pick. Had 4 pressures last week in Week 1. It led all rookies in that category. Almost blocked the punt as well.
Who'd they play Week 1?
They played the Commanders. They lost to the Commanders 21-6. And then lastly, you go back to the last time that these two teams played. It was on Thanksgiving last year. And in that game, Drew Phillips, who was then a rookie corner for the Giants, tackled CeeDee Lamb on a play where the ball was nowhere in the vicinity and drove CD into the ground on his injured right shoulder that he had been battling throughout the year, knocked him out of the game. And a couple weeks later, CD was put on IR for the rest of the season. And CD said yesterday that he remembers the hit and, quote, he has something for him this time around. So those are your 5 things to watch in that game. I think it's going to be that one's going to be one I watch for sure early and often. What if you just pimp slaps him, just watch them?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what would be something legal he could do. I don't know. I'd love to see him go full Myles Garrett mode and just try to beat his head in with a helmet.
Yeah, full.
Give us some gore in the NFL. I'm playing. Asking for a friend. Do you like the over on 78.5 receiving yards for CeeDee Lamb versus the Giants?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I've taken it in several different parlays.
Yeah.
Sweet. Oh, man. With the Giants, Malik Neighbors is obviously the main threat offensively, but I'd be lying to you if I told you I've watched any Giants football this year. I know they have Cam Scadaboo, Russ Wilson's the QB. Who else is supposed to put fear in the defense besides Malik Neighbors? Do they have any difference makers?
Yeah, I like Tyrone Tracy out of their backfield, second-year running back out of Purdue. He ended up earning the starting job about halfway through the season last year, and it was pretty productive for them. And now is the full-time starter, I guess, going into this year. And they have Cam Scadaboo as kind of their change of pace power back. And I'm not going to lie, he had a couple plays last week where it inspired some confidence, I think. But the unfortunate part about that Giants backfield is it doesn't matter if it's Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry. That offensive line is so damn awful that it's not really going to matter. Now, granted, last week they were playing without 2 starters up front on that offensive line. This week they'll probably get those guys back, but still, that's a makeshift, pieced together offensive line that I don't think can sustain run game production over the course of the game.
What position do those 2 guys play that are getting their first start of the season on Sunday?
Left tackle, right guard.
Oof, not good, not good. You think like, oh, Micah Parsons is gonna feast, and then it's like, oh, that's right, he's playing for the Packers.
Hey, we'll mention though this week that Jadeveon Clowney had a visit with the Cowboys. As the Cowboys they liked what they saw from Clowney. They want to sign him, but it sounds like Clowney is the one kind of holding right now and figuring out what his next steps are going to be and see if there's any other interest that kicks around. But yeah, he's looking for his 7th team in 8 years. That is bonkers to think about, but that is where Jadeveon Clowney's career has gone since he left Houston.
Hey, you got 9 lives when 24/7 Sports ranks you the #1 overall prospect.
Yeah, tell that to Malachi Nelson.
He was not #1 for us. Arch was that cycle. That was On 3 that made him #1, and they overdid themselves the following year and made Devin Brown the #1, who is the backup at Cal.
What a run.
They also had Anthony Hill as a projected 2nd rounder, and we're the only site that did that. But anyways, did you watch the game last night? Packers, Commanders?
I did. Yeah, I watched a good chunk of it in most of the second half.
I kind of just had it on as background noise during the second half. I didn't watch any of the first, but how do we feel about those Packers unis? Feel like it's almost – I like them too, but feel like it's almost like a little too much white. I don't know.
I like them. I love a good whiteout uniform, and I think they do it right because you can get a whiteout uniform wrong by not putting enough color into it, like going too white. But I think they did a perfect job of throwing the color in where it needed to be. The crowd was whiteout. I loved it. I was a fan.
Best whiteout uniforms in the NFL?
Bengals,
I think
gotta be.
I like the Bengals more than the Packers ones for sure. The Niners all whites. It's a gold helmet, but still the throwback all whites with the red numbers. Those are awesome. Nick, I don't know if you saw it. 49ers dropped new uniforms because you can have 2 helmets now. Did you see what they looked like? The all blacks?
I did not.
Yeah. Do you remember the all blacks from like 10 years ago? The 49ers busted out?
Yes, I do. A
lot better than those. A lot better. It's like red numbers now. I'm not in love with them, and it's kind of like this weird black looking helmet, but they're not bad. They're better than they used to be. Which leads me to my next question. Are the Cowboys going to have like a new uniform or alternate throwback or anything like that?
So they have their all whites that they do break out once or twice a year. I'm trying to find it right now, but there is a combination that they are using for the first time this year on the Commanders Thanksgiving game, and I can't find it right now. But basically, it's the all white helmet that they use with the navy jersey and then white pants, and that is the first time that combination has ever been used. And someone did like an edit because like on paper I was like, I don't know about that, but someone did an edit to where it like shows that on Dak Prescott, and I was like, oh no, that's sick. So I'm actually looking forward to that.
What about the red stripe on the helmets? When's that coming back?
The red stripe that'll come at some point in the season. They typically do that around like military appreciation, so I don't know when that'll be. Maybe this time around. Oh, no, it won't be this week. It's going to be the standard uniform matchup this week with the silver helmet, white jersey. But the throwback uniforms on Thanksgiving that they wear every year, I am curious to see if the Chiefs also wear their throwback uniforms on Thanksgiving.
The Dallas Chiefs?
Yeah, like the Dallas Texans, like the throwback.
That's right. They're the Texans.
Yeah, so or even just like some throwback Chiefs uniforms. That would be awesome if they do that.
When is the last time the Chiefs wore those throwback Dallas Texans? Because I've never seen those uniforms in my life outside of Madden.
Man, that's a great question. Let me look that up.
Yeah, Jake Bayless with a good one. The Bucks all white throwback creamsicles are great.
Yeah, those are great.
They wore the orange ones last year too. The orange creamsicles.
Yeah,
right?
Those are fantastic.
Those are sick. I will say, like, Cowboys Netflix doc, now that it's had some time to digest, absolutely awesome. Very jealous of Cowboys fans in that sense as a 49er fan that, I mean, there's not really a docuseries out there on a platform like Netflix, or at least one of that quality. So, I know most of it was like a jerking off of Jerry Jones, like the Florida one was with Urban Meyer to some degree, but I mean, it was still cool. And I'm sure a lot of Cowboys fans enjoyed getting to relive the glory days, knowing that going to be a long time before they come back.
The Chiefs have not worn those helmets since 2009. They wore them that year when the Cowboys came to town for an October game.
Hey, that's how you show them. Yeah, I agree with this, CB. The Tennessee Vols have some bad all whites. Almost just too basic. I don't know what it is. But yeah, hey, fun fact before we forget about Jadeveon Clowney. He's the highest, not ranked, because he was 1 overall. There's a number 1 overall prospect every cycle. But you look at the rating, he's the highest rating in the history of 24/7 Sports at 105.
That's crazy.
He's the only prospect that's ever been given a 105 rating. Everyone else is at like 104, 103, 102, 101, 100. For those that are curious, the grading system, I believe it's like anything 97 or above is a 5-star. But anything that is like 100 means you're a perfect prospect, and anything 101 or higher means you're a franchise prospect. And there are not, like, every cycle, it's not like we have to give out 100 grade or a 101 grade every cycle. That doesn't happen every cycle. So some cycles you'll see like Jadeveon Clowney, who had 105. I believe there were 3 other players, the number 2, 3, and 4 overall prospect, that were in the range between like 100 and 103. They were also given that franchise prospect label. And I believe Travis Hunter, he's the last guy I can think of that was over 100, because I think, or over 101. Jeremiah Smith might have been 101. I know he was 100. So yeah. And what I want to ask you, you said they like him, they like what they saw from him. Did he work out? Like, how do these kind of visits work, especially when they're in season and kind of just out of the blue like his was?
Yeah, for him, it was you come in, you talk to ownership and, talk to coaches, talk to strength staff, and then you go through a physical to make sure you can play. And then you talk money, and it's about a 5-6 hour ordeal. And, you get a feel for both sides. It's almost like an unofficial visit in recruiting terms. Like, think of it that way, except you take a physical. So that's basically what happens.
So Jerry and the Cowboys, they're like, hey, vet minimum, take it or leave it. Is that kind of what's going on? Or
no contract numbers have been communicated to me, at least. But I will say, of the 6 contracts that Jadeveon Clowney has, 6 veteran contracts that Jadeveon Clowney has signed in his career, only 2 of them have been for less than $10 million per year. The Cowboys have only signed 1 free agent deal that was worth more than $10 million per year since 2010. So that's something to keep an eye on, I guess.
Wait, you mean 1 in-season signing?
No, period. Outside free agent signing. Like, they have only signed 1 outside free agent for worth more than $10 million per year.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah. I just thought you meant in general.
Stat. It's still a mind-boggling stat.
Yeah, no, that is. Hey, Jerry likes some homegrown. He likes to draft them. Speaking of homegrown in the draft, rookie running back Jaden Blue, former Texas Longhorn. CB asked, how does Jaden Blue need to be more consistent to be active? Schottenheimer mentioned consistency the other day with why he was a healthy scratch versus Philly.
Yeah, consistency in practice. He's talked about, like, some days he'll have an awesome Wednesday and then he'll follow it up with a not so awesome Thursday. And he just wants to see consistency so he knows what he's getting out of a game environment.
I'm not – if you want to skip it, you can, but do you think there's any struggle in adjusting to the NFL as far as digesting the playbook and understanding the different rules in the NFL and everything?
Yeah. And him missing the 2.5 weeks that he did during training camp did him no favors either, because he had a strong start to camp, and then that injury kind of set him back, not only on the field but also off the field.
Yeah. So I have a question. So with Texas right now, you look at the running back room, you look at the team, and you think what Jaden Blue brought to the table last year. As far as the skill set goes, where quarterback can hit him on a swing route, he can dance, make someone miss, break their ankles, and then run past everyone 60 yards of the crib. He's fast enough, agile enough, and 0 to 60 is good enough for him to escape. Trey Wisner can't do that. CJ Baxter can't do that. No one else in the room can. They don't have not only the speed, the top end speed, but the quickness either in accelerating 0 to 60. They can still be productive pass catchers, but they're not the threats they are in the open field that Jaden Blue is. Very few people are, especially at the college level. With the Cowboys, I know it's Miles Sanders, some other names they got in that room. Do you see him kind of in that way where he's the only guy where if he's in the open field, it's an extreme advantage for the offense? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just remembered, was it Javonte Williams who got hawked down on that really good run?
Miles Sanders.
Or Miles Sanders, my bad.
Yeah, no, I agree. And they've put Kevontae Turpin in the backfield quite a bit during training camp. They did a little bit last season, and then they did it one time in the game against the Eagles. So, I mean, that's a guy that they think has big play type ability that they can put in the backfield and utilize in the run game. But Jaden Blue, as far as being your traditional running back, I still believe he could be an every down back with the speed that he has, with the receiving ability that he has. He is effective in short yardage situations, despite only being 5'9", 5'10". But he's got to put it all together off the field before that manifests on the field for him.
Got it. Last thing or question I got about the Cowboys. What's the word with Zion Childress? He going to get some more PT with Deron Bland out, or is he P squad still?
He is P squad, but I would expect him to be elevated for this game against the Giants for at the very least depth. But it wouldn't surprise me to see him get some defensive snaps as well. But special teams at the very least. He'll make his NFL debut on Sunday.
Got it. A former P squad member, Deuce Vaughn, now on the Denver Longhorns with Jahdae Barron, Sam Ehlinger, PJ Locke.
Yeah,
I can't remember. I think that's all they got for UT players, but hey, a little bit of fun. What do you think about this? Nathan said, I didn't realize how much mobility Dak has lost to that scramble he had versus the Eagles. I guess, this is a broad range question, but what do you think about kind of the difference in play style that he's had to make over the years as he's kind of lost his mobility and athleticism as he's gotten older?
I wouldn't say that he's lost his mobility. I would say that he's maybe lost some speed, and there's a difference between those two. Mobility being, I think of a guy like Russell Wilson. He's lost his mobility because you don't see him getting outside of the pocket anymore or trying to extend plays with his legs. Dak can still do that. You see in the third quarter last week where Dak is shedding off Jordan Davis, a 310-pound Jordan Davis off his back, rolling left and then still finding something downfield. He utilizes his mobility, but sure, yes, absolutely. His speed is if that's what we can agree on there, then yeah, the speed is definitely taking a dip, and I think you see that coming up or showing up in parts of his game for sure. You don't see the quarterback design runs nearly as often as you did, pre-2024. And even, coming off of this hamstring injury that he dealt with last year, there's going to be an intentional effort to make sure that he is healthy enough to last 4 more years with this team. And, a big part of that is protecting his legs too.
Yeah. Well, awesome. We're going to get into some Texas football talk, some college football talk. Antoine asked, any word on Garland Lakeview Centennial, 2027 defensive lineman King Thibodeau, and 2027 cornerback Montre Jackson visiting for the UTEP game tomorrow. So I'll be honest, I don't know a ton about King Thibodeau. He's kind of this undersized, interior D lineman that – who should I comp him to? If anyone remembers Bryce Perry Wright, he's currently committed to Texas A&M. He's the number 32 overall prospect for us. He's like this edge D-line tweener, 5-tech interior, all the way out on the edge, like a kind of an extreme defensive overhang almost. Like he can play and project to so many positions, and he also has like 34.5-inch arms and tested super well. And he's like the most offered prospect in the entire class of 2025. because of all those things, the versatility and all the different places he can play and project to. King Thibodeau isn't quite the high-level prospect he is. I mean, Bryce Perry Wright is the number 32 overall prospect. He is a 5-star and projected first-round pick. But there are some similarities there. 6'1.5", 6'2", not a 300-pounder, but more of like a 240 or 250. Tested super well, measures super well, and can project to play a lot of positions. So his offer list is kind of interesting right now. I think he's going to blow up a lot in the spring because right now a lot of it is just testing and, some flashes he showed as a sophomore where I think, once he puts together a good junior year, the Texases or Oklahomas or others can come in and throw that scholarship. Does he get offered this weekend? I'm not sure. If he does or doesn't, neither would surprise me. But Monterey Jackson, this is a kid I absolutely love. Colin Kennedy's who put me on to him. Another Lakeview Centennial kid up there in Garland. Like 6'1", 6'2", sub-11. I believe he's like PR'd at 10.7 or 10.8. Long arms plus wingspan and twitchy mover. And, one of those guys that I think could play a lot of different corner spots. I haven't seen him in person, so I'm not sure if he's still around 6'1 or 6'2, but as far as the body type goes, I think he could play either some of that boundary corner or field corner. I just need to see him in person. There's a lot to like there. I mean, both of them are top 247 kids. I think Thibodeau is ranked slightly ahead of Jackson. But I mean, Jackson is a prospect I absolutely love. Like, sneakily one of the better in-state corner classes of the last few cycles is in 2027. Mikhail McCreary, Dylan McGee, Montre Jackson. Montre is just as good as any of those guys. And then you obviously have kind of the golden child, John Meredith III at Euless Trinity. And, Jerry Outhouse and North Crowley. Like, there's a lot of really good corners in this cycle in the state of Texas. A few safeties as well, Jaquan Snell, Eli Johnson. But as far as Montre Jackson goes, he camped in Austin. What would have been – he's a junior now. So that would have been June 1st, 2024, the elite camp. He really wanted a Texas offer then. I'm sure he still does. Balled out, but they did not offer him. Terry Joseph did not offer him. And then like Oklahoma and A&M did like the following week. So they have like a year and a half head start almost on Texas. So I'm expecting an offer to be given to Montre Jackson. Not sure about Thibodeau, but they'll probably throw it as well. I think it'd be kind of stupid and counterproductive not to. Antoine said, why does the average person fall for preseason hype so much in college football? People will create an entire narrative based on preseason polls predictions, which mean absolutely nothing. Well, as far as national media goes, I think a big part of it is because there is a 7 to 8 month off season, right? You got to talk about something. You got to craft these narratives. And when you spend 7 to 8 months giving your opinion and take on something and it looks wrong the second week one hits, you're riding and dying on what you were saying because you said it for 7 to 8 months.
Yeah.
Or you were hoodwinked and convinced by whatever buddy you have on whatever staff of the school you've been hyping up, Texas Tech every year. So, like it's kind of that. That's what I think.
You have to sell that top 10 matchup week 1 LSU Clemson. You got to sell it. And you do that with preseason hype. So
yeah, but also, I mean, like, dude, if we're talking preseason rankings, like, you can't tell me there's 10 other teams or 9 or like 10 other teams that deserve to be top 10 in the preseason more than LSU or Clemson. Clemson was a playoff team, brought back a ton. LSU obviously missed the playoffs, but they also brought back a lot, and they added guys in the portal. I mean, I think they were both preseason top 10 teams and deservedly so. But, I mean, I do understand the concerns and the frustration. Like what Bailey said right here, pull inertia does become a problem early in the season. South Florida should probably be ranked higher than they are. Correct. They should be. I mean, they have more ranked wins than anyone else in college football. I know it's week 3, but still, they beat 2 ranked teams. And one of them they did at the other team's house, the Swamp. So, I'd love to see USF take down Miami this weekend. The game's on the CW, so, going to be some fun. But yeah. Here's one for you, Nick. Nathan said, "Are any NFL teams talking about the Kawhi Leonard stuff for context? People listening."
No. I mean, not that I've heard, but it is a fascinating story. It's a really fascinating story.
It is. If you don't know what we're talking about, just Google Kawhi Leonard, Steve Ballmer. There's a lot of I don't think there's any actual evidence yet, but a lot of theories, some interesting documents and stuff about how Kawhi Leonard was making like $20 million a year on the side away from the Clippers, from a company that is owned by Steve Ballmer. So people think they were circumventing the salary cap. All right. So one thing I want to bring up, we're just going to talk all things college football and go through some matchups of the last few minutes we have. But as far as Texas UTEP goes, Nick, fun fact, I think a lot of people know this. I've said it on the show several times this year or this week. UTEP currently leads the country in sacks. They're tied at first. They're also tied at first for tackles for loss.
Yep. They are also second in quarterback pressures.
Yeah.
This is going to be a fascinating challenge for Brandon Baker.
Yeah, unfortunately, it probably will be. They did play Utah State, UT Martin. Going to get that out, of course. But
pressure is pressure.
Yeah, it is. And they should be able to stifle it, stop it, more than they would the pressure that Georgia's going to bring in Athens in November. But it's still, a good test. It really is. Here's something that I think is extremely concerning and has to be fixed ASAP, Rocky. Texas is currently ranked 126th of 133 teams in the FBS.
Hold on,
penalty yards.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead. I was going to guess what the stat was. Go ahead.
They're 126 out of 133 teams in FBS in penalty yards allowed per game. 82.51.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Do you know how they're the seventh to last worst team in college football in penalties?
Yeah, that's bad.
And one game's versus Ohio State, one's versus San Jose State. And you're probably like, oh, well, they're on the road in Columbus. No, they had more penalties the San Jose State game at home. Brandon Baker can't stop false starting.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
So, and we thought Cam Williams was a war criminal for this, So I don't know. David Keith Williams asked, I don't follow other college teams nearly as much as I follow Texas, but I have views about Tennessee that I hope are correct. Do you think Texas has a chance to flip Braden Rouse? He's our number 3 or 4 linebacker in the country in 2026, committed to Tennessee, chose the Vols over the Longhorns. I mean, there's always a chance, but unless Heupel leaves and takes the OU job or another job right before signing day, or unless he somehow gets fired, even though he signed an extension like last week, where they go 6-6 or something, which I don't really see happening, he's going to sign with Tennessee, or at least I expect him to. And Texas is going to try like hell. They love him, but the chances of that are extremely low unless something catastrophic happens to the Tennessee football program. Here's another one. Longhorn Bear said, stupid stats for a Conference USA team, but not so stupid. Texas is 121st third down conversions. So, all right. He wants us to go through these. We will.
Okay, let's go really quick.
Clemson, Georgia Tech.
Georgia Tech means king, baby.
Okay, we're going with Georgia Tech. Actually, I pulled up ESPN. I'm going through all these games. I'll go through the interesting ones. Bring that up. Colorado, Houston, in Houston.
Ooh, give me Colorado. Give me Houston just because Colorado decided to bench Caden Salter.
Yeah, and they also basically already signed the papers that Julian Lewis is going in the portal by starting the third stringer. K-State at Arizona. That's also tonight.
Give me. You said K-State, Arizona.
Yeah,
give me Arizona.
Okay. New Mexico at UCLA. It's a 9:00 kick tonight.
Give me UCLA.
Okay. You said Georgia Tech over Clemson?
Yeah.
Wisconsin at Bama.
Bama.
Yeah, they would have to mess that up pretty bad. Michigan is hosting the Central Michigan Connor Stallions. You don't have to guess that one, but I think that's the first time they played since that video was taken. Louisiana at Mizzou.
Fascinating. Mizzou.
Yeah, they're 27.5. Georgia at Tennessee.
Yeah, this one's interesting, man. Especially with it being at Neyland. Give me Georgia, but I don't feel comfortable about it. I'll tell you that right now.
I think Tennessee will get them. Joey Aguilar Heisman hype starts, and then they're going to lose to like Kentucky or Florida, or a game they shouldn't lose in the next few weeks.
Sounds about right.
Take it to the bank. Oregon State at Tech.
Tech, yeah. Which Oregon State has had 2 bad losses, but Malik Murphy has actually looked pretty good at both of those games. So fascinating.
I hope Malik Murphy hits the shmoney dance in Lubbock, Texas. It'd be awesome. The Beavers are 23.5 dogs. USC at Purdue. What the fuck does Lincoln Riley know about the Odoms?
USC.
Yeah, they're 20.5 favorites. Wazoo at UNT.
Call.
UNT 5.5 on Bet ESPN. SMU at Missouri State.
Yeah, that's such a weird one. Former Rockwall High School great Jacob Clark starting from Missouri State, but give me SMU.
At quarterback?
Yep.
You know what's crazy? Kevin Henry Jennings, the SMU starting quarterback, was committed to Missouri State.
That's right.
Yeah. And then Sonny Dykes went to TCU. They hired Rhett Lashley. They needed a quarterback like 2 days before signing day, and they got the Prince of South Dallas, Kevin Henry Jennings. Pitt at West V, the backyard brawl.
Give me Pitt.
Wow.
Yeah,
give me what Holstein said in the press conference.
I did not.
That he's welcoming West Virginia fans to throw batteries at him. Richmond at North Carolina.
Are we serious right now? North Carolina.
I mean, all right, USF at Miami.
You know what? I think the goalish hype continues. Give me the goalish Meister, USF.
Arky at Ole Miss. Arkansas versus Arkansas. That's a team, you could say.
Ole Miss.
Yeah. They're 6.5 favorites. Florida at LSU. Night game in Death Valley.
LSU.
A&M at Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Vandy at South Carolina.
South Carolina. I don't feel comfortable about it though.
Duke at Tulane. Revenge game for Summerall and Mensa.
Yeah, give me Duke. I think they bounce back.
Man, fuck Duke. Manny Diaz is their head coach. Screw them. The Darian Mensah thing with Malik Murphy pisses me off still. Minnesota at Cal.
Give me Cal.
Minnesota. Boston College at Stanford. Good old conference matchup.
Boston College.
All right, last one. Texas State at Arizona State.
Arizona State. I would love to see GJ Kenny walk up in there and walk the dog, though.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Well, all right. I know you got to run, so if you want to hop off now, no worries.
Got pressing to get to, fellas. It's been fantastic. They did fuck up Jake Bayless. I saw your comment. They let us get to Friday. I'll see you guys on Monday. Y'all be easy.
Yes, sir. We'll see you. All right. Well, everyone who tuned in, appreciate it. Like Jake Bayless said, they fucked up, letting us get to Friday again. How dare they? Actually, this will be the last one. Antoine said during the draft, these QBs will be age. Nussmeier will be 24, Drew Aller 22, Lenore Sellers 20. Who has the most upside? Lenore Sellers, no question. Well, yeah, I'd say Lenore Sellers. Nussmeier, I think, has the highest floor. Maybe Aller could have the highest floor, but I've never been high on Aller. I don't know what it is. Like, I was watching him at All-American. I'm like, we're making this guy a top 5 prospect in the country after this, really? But that's what they did, and hasn't really lived up to it this far, coming back for year 4 at Penn State. But as far as Lenore Sellers goes, and I love him. I love Lenore's. I love the memes of Lenore's. I think they're great. And I'm a big fan of Beamer in the South Carolina program. I think they're very, very likable. But Lenore Sellers is kind of really close to, or a lot closer to Anthony Richardson than people realize. Look at the percentages of drop back passes where he's not evading the pocket or scrambling out of the pocket. Past 20 yards, past 10 yards, not great. He's not the most efficient player, but the flashes are, crazy to where like the highlight plays kind of make you forget about everything else, like Anthony Richardson did. So I think Sellers has the most upside. But depending on how he does in pre-draft this spring and how he finishes out this year, I could also see some teams getting really scared of taking him like top 5 just because of how Anthony Richardson has unfolded. I will say, though, Lenore Sellers is a much better mental eval than Anthony Richardson. There's no question about that. So, yeah, those are kind of my thoughts on those. I guess we'll do a few more. David Keith Williams said, do you have any views of Bryce Gilmore? He apparently is a reasonably high-rated offensive tackle from Prosper that recently decommitted from Arkansas. Yes, so he's actually the highest-ranked O-line prospect at Prosper, ranked higher and rated higher than Zayden Krempin. Zayden Krempin has a higher floor, could be able to play earlier, but Gilmore has the higher ceiling. His father also played in the NFL. Fun fact. So, yeah, but I wrote about him this summer as a guy Texas could look at the senior eval for, that left tackle spot. He can actually play left tackle at the college and NFL level, I think, or he at least can project to play that. But Tech dropped the bag. He's supposed to end up at Tech. I don't know when he's supposed to commit there, but that's what's supposed to happen. I think there's already crystal ball predictions and stuff in too. So flipping from Arkansas to Tech. Yeah. Yep. Agree with you on that. Yes, they have not offered Bryce Gilmore. That's why I wrote about him as like a senior eval guy to potentially offer, but they have not. Anyways, I'm going to get out of here. Up next, SEC Unfiltered is giving their score predictions for every SEC game in Week 3, including Texas UTEP, A&M Notre Dame, and Georgia Tennessee. Like I said, I'm going to get out of here. Y'all have a great weekend. I know it's been a pretty rough last few days for anyone, regardless of what side you're on. But, hey, man, we got football, and we got college football, NFL, high school football tonight. Going to be a great weekend, and I think, some distractions for everyone that is well-deserved. So, yeah, y'all have a great one. Enjoy the football, and I'll see you on Monday. Peace.